I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, March 28, 2023. The time is 12:20 in the afternoon. This is the first of a number of hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on the mayor's proposed budgets for agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. Today's hearing will hear testimony concerning the proposed budgets for the Office of Zoning, the Office of Planning, and the Department of Buildings. As I said, this is the first of a number of hearings. On Thursday, March 30th, we will have our second hearing beginning at 9 a.m. considering the budgets, proposed budgets for the University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. On April 5th, we will have our third hearing, which will be on the proposed budgets for all of the education agencies. And the testimony for that hearing will be limited to public witnesses, not government witnesses. And what are the education agencies? DC Public School System, Office of the State Superintendent, Deputy Mayor for Education, the Public Charter School Board, the State Board of Education. We will hear from the government witnesses in those agencies on Friday, April 7th, and on Thursday, April 6th. We will hear testimony regarding the budgets for the Council of the District of Columbia, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, the DC Auditor, the Office of Budget and Planning, the Statehood Commission, the Retirement Board, and the other post-employment benefits. So that is the 6 hearings that we're having today is the first. We will hear testimony today in this order: Office of Zoning, then Office of Planning, and then Department of Buildings. And we do have a number of non-government witnesses who've asked to testify. And so we will call them first by agency. So we'll hear from Office of Zoning and then Office of Planning and so forth. I do want to note that on April 14th, the Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all of the legislation which the mayor has submitted with regard to the budget. That would be the supplemental or revised budget for the current year, the proposed budget for next year, the Federal Budget Request Act, and the Budget Support Act. That will be April 14th. Folks can go to the council website, www.dccouncil.gov, to sign up to testify. Or it might be you have to go to the Committee of the Whole's website, which is chairmanmendelson.com/testify. chairmanmendelson.com/testify to sign up to testify. With that, let me call the non-government witnesses for the Office of Zoning, and while they're being let in, I'm going to recognize my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, Sabrina Rhodes, who's organizer with Empower DC, Nikila Smith, who's with People for Fairness Coalition, Valerie Jablow, and Shelley Repp, who is here as chair of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. So if they could be let in. And Councilmember Fruman, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman, not for this agency. I'll be listening in and may have some questions for the panel and the government witness.
Okay. So let's see, who do we have here?
Thank you. If I may ask, can I just do my testimony in total instead of doing zoning, planning, and Department of Buildings? Can I just do the whole testimony? And because all of those are in my testimony.
You want us to be nice to you?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, go for it. I'll give you extra time. I think witnesses have 4 minutes, but I'll give you a little extra time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, Council Member and Chair Mendelson, staff, and witnesses. My name is Sabrina Rhodes, and I'm a community organizer here in Ivy City with Empower DC. I'm also ANC 5DO2. and I'm serving in my second term. As a native to DC and working in my community, I have come to notice and experience some dysfunction of district agencies. There are some agencies that work hard to engage with the community, but if funding is insufficient, then much needed resources will be scarce along with the transparency. If the community is not engaged in the planning process, there is a higher likelihood that plans will be implemented that do not consider the community's needs and desires. This can result in displacement of residents, particularly those who are marginalized and low income. Without community input and proper funding, development may not be equitable, meaning that it may not serve the needs of all residents equally. This can lead to the further marginalization of already marginalized groups. The small area plan we are helping with in Ivy City will be a template for future planning projects all around the city. Thanks to the Neighborhood Planning Division of the Office of Planning, this team is working with our community to ensure our voices are heard and our ideas are considered. When community engagement is lacking, such as having the OSSE, the Office of State Superintendent of Education, a bus terminal continue to be constructed at the objection of the Brentwood community, this can make it difficult for our residents to understand what is happening in their community and to provide feedback on proposed developments. Without community engagement, there is a higher likelihood that developments will be approved that negatively impact the quality of life of residents, such as through increased traffic or having a chemical plant here in Ivy City continue to operate without an air permit and a business license. Overall, community engagement is crucial for ensuring that planning and zoning decisions in DC are equitable, transparent, and serve the needs of all residents, including the extremely low income and most vulnerable. The Office of Zoning solicits public input through various channels, including public hearings and community meetings. The agency also accepts written comments from residents and stakeholders. A racial equity analysis to be followed with the Zoning Commission's racial equity tool. With the case of submitting an ANC report 7 days before an OZ hearing is scheduled, depending on the timing, some commissioners will not be able to provide their comments before the hearing takes place, which would disenfranchise some of the commissions or disenfranchise the affected commission. Instead of 35 days to be adequate notice for ANCs, 40 days would be sufficient to make sure that ANCs have an adequate time to comment, add to the agenda, and to make sure the public is informed to submit comments. And we know that April 3rd is that case will be presented. With the Department of Buildings, inspectors that are going out on illegal construction calls by way of 311 either need assistance or need to be retrained. It is a disservice and flat out disrespect for residents to be subject to contractors working during hours that should be covered by an after hours permit, but we're finding that there's no after hour permits. There should be inspectors out checking for permits weekly and not when ANC or a concerned citizen put in a call or complaint. The prevention of shoddy work and or contractors doing what they want must be done by the Department of Building inspectors and not become the burden of the residents, which it has. Thank you for allowing me to testify and also giving me the extra time.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. I don't have a copy of your statement. Could you provide?
I will be sending it.
Thank you. Nikila Smith. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning. Good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Nicola Smith. Good afternoon, Councilman and Chairman. I'm going to present my testimony with words just come to me as usual. They break free. Freedom is a human right. I choose to fight for my right. My name is Nicola Smith. I don't have the right to relocate, to be free from danger and anger. My name is Nicola Smith. I choose to evolve, to blossom. The knowledge I seek is housing. I know knowledge is a human right. My name is Nicola Smith. Will you hear me if I speak passionately or be belligerent? My old name was Philadelphia. How do I finalize my new name, Washington? My name is Nicola Smith. My name is Nicola Smith. Is it catchy or are you catching on? This part is deep. There are a lot of me seeking a lot of help from you. I'm starting to think housing is intangible. How can I become untouchable to be safe in a home? My name is Nicola Smith. Is this panhandling in a different way? I have never did that. My name is Nicola Smith and I need housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have a copy of your statement. Can you provide that?
Yes, I may. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Jablo.
Thank you. I am Valerie Jablo, a DC taxpayer, here to testify about the budgetary value of the Office of Planning and Zoning Commission. At the February oversight hearing for these agencies, I testified about a citizen petition to have public oversight of charter school development through the BZA process on the basis of an Office of Planning report that not only had factual errors, but was based on statements OP solicited from self-interested actors. The Zoning Commission dismissed the petition and refused to consider public testimony. At the February hearing, the head of the Zoning Commission, Anthony Hood, noted that BZA review would put a, quote, undue burden, unquote, on charter schools, while the commission just wants to, quote, get things done, unquote. Hood also testified that the petition was sent out by OP to, quote, subject matter experts, unquote, who, quote, govern this, unquote. Here are those subject matter experts. The private nonprofit Federal City Council governs nothing except its own private interests, which are heavily weighted toward charter development in DC. The DC Charter School Board doesn't govern charter development because, unlike all DCPS schools, DC charters exist whenever, however, and wherever, entirely as a private matter decided by private boards with approval by the Charter School Board. That said, the Charter Board assesses DC charter schools' annual fees based on enrollment, so has fiscal interest in that charter school development, for which the only public process is notification that the schools are hoping to start, expand, or locate somewhere. The public can comment on that and has no power to direct, reject, choose, or appeal it. The Deputy Mayor for Education has no authority over charter development, neither governing it nor having any say as an expert or otherwise in it. OP also solicited OSSI, the Office of the State Superintendent's, feedback on the petition, but the Zoning Commission has nothing publicly available from OSSI on its website for this case, and OSSI has no authority over DC charter development. At that same February hearing, Office of Zoning Director Sarah Barden testified that the commission is required to view all decisions through a racial equity lens. But neither she nor Mr. Hood noted the undue burden that charter development here continues to place disproportionately on Black residents, Black neighborhoods, and majority Black schools, which have been overwhelmingly adversely affected by such development. Finally, at the hearing, Mr. Hood said the dismissal order for the petition came out on January 20th of this year, and both he and Chairman Mendelson agreed that the 30-day appeal period had passed by the time of the hearing. But the order is dated October 13th, 2022, is listed on the zoning office website with the date of January 6th, was emailed to petitioners by the zoning office on January 9th, and was published in the DC Register on January 20th. Importantly, at no point was any deadline for appeal published or mentioned, and there is no indication of when the appeal clock began ticking. I hope, as my representatives, you agree that we are getting poor value for our money when the Zoning Commission and OP are more concerned about undue burden on private nonprofits to take in $1 billion in DC taxpayer funds annually than responding to the public's desire for better oversight of their development, especially when that development has most directly impacted Black residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavlo. And I do have a copy of your statement. Thank you. Shelley Rep.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My testimony, as was the case of Ms. Rhodes, deals with both the Office of Planning and the Office of Zoning. I can break them off if need be, but I prefer to do them together.
Do them together.
Yeah. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the federal city. On a number of occasions in the past, the Committee of 100 has pointed out how the Office of Planning has endorsed proposals from developers at the expense of neighborhoods. The one-sided result is compounded by the Zoning Commission and Board of Zoning Adjustments excessive deference to OP's recommendations. In our view, the independence of the Commission and BZA are threatened since the Office of Planning reports to the executive and is not structured or intended to be a neutral body. While OP provides planning expertise to the Office of Zoning, the Home Rule Act never envisioned the situation we have today where OP drives the agenda. The Committee of 100 has long advocated for a truly independent zoning commission. We also point out the Office of Planning's practice of bringing forth proposed rulemaking actions that, while purporting to clarify or make technical amendments to existing rules, are actually substantive in nature. A specific recent example is case number 22-25, which will be the subject of a public hearing next week. Buried in 35 pages of text are proposed changes that will affect the ability of ANCs and residents to receive notice of and participate in Commission and BZA hearings. A further concern, rulemaking actions would not be subject to a racial equity analysis. We have not heard any clamor for these changes. Due to the intervention of the council, the Office of Zoning now has its own legal staff. We view this development as a positive step. It also opened the door for a more active OAG, another positive step. Significantly, this can serve as precedent for the creation of a plan of planning expertise within the Office of Zoning. The Committee of 100 recommends that this be addressed within the current budget cycle. While we understand that budget constraints are tighter this year than in the past couple of years, one way to fund this organizational change would be to transfer some of the budget authority and positions from OP to the Office of Zoning. At prior council hearings, the Committee of 100 addressed the need for visual exhibits at zoning hearings that realistically show the impact of project applications and map and text amendments. The Zoning Commission has a three-dimensional zoning tool, yet it is not as sophisticated as some of the software that is publicly available that permit one to visualize the real impact of proposed zoning changes, such as possible changes embedded in proposed small area plans. It is essential that the most up-to-date tools be used, not only by the Office of Planning, but also made available for use by the Office of Zoning. Visuals can be especially important in rulemaking cases because of their broad impact. Visuals in rulemaking cases should show the maximum potential build-out. Attached to my written testimony is a sample visualization from a BZA case of LaDroit Park. The pre-existing structure and a visualization of the proposed changes are shown in the attachment. Had the potential impact of this application been visually presented, it is likely that the amendment would have drawn more scrutiny. In any case, the public needs to know what is being asked to buy into. A specific recommendation would be for the Office of Zoning to use ArcGIS visualization technologies that would allow everyone, including planners, residents, and decision makers, to develop a common visual understanding of zoning proposals. These are incredible tools that facilitate better community engagement by helping everyone develop a common understanding of land use and zoning proposals, and by enabling residents to contribute their own ideas and understand the implications. There is no reason that DC should not be using these technologies routinely in all small area plans, plum changes, and map amendments. With respect to the Office of Planning, the mayor's budget calls for reducing its funding. We do not take a position on this proposal. However, with the council-driven focus on racial equity and the mayor's proposal in the comeback plan for neighborhood amenity mapping, we encourage the council to explore whether the modest budget increases requested by the mayor for GIS IT and the state data center are adequate to provide essential disaggregated data and the geographic mapping resources expected to be required. The council should ensure that this function is fully funded. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Epp. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Let me turn first to Councilmember Froome and see if you have any questions.
I do not, Chairman Mendelson. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony. Valerie and Shelley and I go way back. It's good to hear from you both.
Great job.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me see, Mr. Rep, in your statement, you said early on that the zoning commission is considering a rulemaking that would exempt it from racial equity analysis. I didn't see that in your written statement.
I think it's in there, but yes, it's that case number 22-25, which the zoning commission, there's a hearing on next Monday, April 3rd.
And what is the proposal with regard to racial equity?
With respect to rulemaking cases, not other cases, but with respect to rulemaking cases, they eliminate the need for racial equity analysis as part of the required material that the Office of Planning would submit to the zoning commission for consideration. It might be an oversight, but it's in there. So, or it's not in there, put it that way.
I might ask about that. Then can you say a little bit more about the IT issue you bring up?
Well, there are some new tools available for to present 3D visualizations of proposed zoning actions, and this one that I mentioned here, the ARC GIS visualization. That's, as far as I know, anyway. It's the cutting edge. I know that the Office of Planning is looking at it. But we're encouraging, what Committee of 100 is encouraging, that this be used in all, or at least made available in all zoning actions, and specifically also be made available to the Office of Zoning, because one of our concerns is, as I indicated, is that the Office of Zoning needs to be more independent. And on that point, I'll also point out that right now, it's not in the written testimony, because there's an intra-governmental jurisdictional issue between the Office of Planning and the Office of the Attorney General with respect to a proposal made back in 2021 by the Office of the Attorney General that calls for the expansion of the IZ requirements to the downtown area. The downtown zones. The Office of Planning just last week filed an amendment, or made it in a filing, called for the Zoning Commission not to set down that proposal from the Office of the Attorney General, and they give the background for their reasons for that. But it seems to me and to the Committee of 100 that the Office of Zoning needs some independent resources to be able to understand the arguments made by both the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of Planning.
Thank you. And Mr. Rep, so you've testified on both the Office of Zoning and the Office of Planning, right?
Correct. Correct.
And that's true for Ms. Rhodes as well.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. A couple of you didn't provide copies of your testimony, if you would, please. And I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Mine is on its way.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We'll turn now to Sarah Barden, who's the Director of the Office of Zoning, and Anthony Hood, who is with her and is the Chair of the Zoning Commission.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Council Member Fruman and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. I'm very glad to be here with you today to testify about our budget for fiscal year 2024. With me today are Chairman Anthony Hood of the Zoning Commission and ACFO Abukar Abdirahman. As I mentioned when I came before you in February, I am honored to work with and lead this great team of diligent, hardworking individuals who devote themselves tirelessly to serving the public, the zoning commissioners, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment. We believe our goals for the next fiscal year will be well supported by the mayor's proposed budget of $4,084,726 in local funding, which includes a decrease from one-time funds in connection with the office space build out for our attorneys, an increase of $149,735 in PS to cover projected costs of salary and fringe benefits, and an increase of $42,554 in NPS for OZ server data migration to Octo, and an MOU for DCHR for personal services. With the approval of this budget, OZ will continue to do its best to strive to achieve results for the residents of the District of Columbia. At the oversight hearing in February, we were asked about the status of a case that had been remanded. I unfortunately do not have a date certain for that memo to be produced. However, we have spoken with staff to convey its importance, and it is a high priority in the queue. When the mayor and the city council funded the realignment of the legal division to the Office of Zoning, we knew it would be challenging and that we would not necessarily be able to meet everyone's expectations in the short term. Knowing this, we accepted the challenge and have been working to reverse the considerable backlog that has accumulated over the years. At this time, I can assure you that we are providing excellent legal advice to the board and the commission, producing exceptionally written orders, and are working towards a more predictable process. This office has a proven track record of providing excellent service and solutions to overcome obstacles, and this challenge will be no different if given time. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mayor Bowser and to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the entire City Council for your ongoing support for the Office of Zoning. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill for their unfaltering support of the office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. And lastly, I would again like to thank the Office of Zoning staff for their continued outstanding contribution. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. So explain to me again the status of the it's a BZA case that was remanded, when it's going to be scheduled.
So that memo, the writing of that memo is still being done. We are producing some other orders that are in the queue. And as Chairman Hill said at the last hearing, rearranging the things in the queue will make somebody else upset. And so it is getting done. It is not done as of this moment, but the moment it's done, I will contact you.
And the memo is a memo to the board to help them decide how to proceed.
Exactly.
And how long does it take to do the memo?
I don't know how long it's going to take to do the actual memo, but it's just that there are some high priority issues that are being worked on before it gets to that. They get to that one.
Because as I said at the last hearing, sometimes things can be done in parallel rather than sequentially. So getting a decision then allows that notice time to proceed before the hearing takes place if there's going to be a hearing. Waiting in a linear way means that everything just takes longer.
Right. And I don't think it's linear. They are working on several different things at the same time.
Well, it's pretty frustrating. Let me ask you, you were here when the Committee 100 was testifying about wanting increases in the budget regarding data and the GIS IT.
So I think he's referring to this program that would allow you to see build out. That is not within our budget this year. That is something we have looked at and can look into further, but that is definitely not within our budget capacity for this year. The data migration that I mentioned in my testimony is to migrate our servers to Octo in order for us to have better security of our information.
We like security, so
Right.
that sounds good. Well, is this, to go back to this technology for, I guess it's three-dimensional. Is that software developed enough that we should be acquiring it?
I couldn't tell you. I can certainly find out and send you information on it. I know that my GIS folks have looked at it, but I don't have that information handy.
Did you have any enhancement requests as part of the budget development process?
Yes, we received them, the $13,000 for the DCHR MOU, as well as the remainder of the funds for that Octo data migration. And we received both of those.
How much was the data migration?
It's overall, it's $30,000, but 24 of it was already in the mayor's proposed budget, and the other 6,000 is an enhancement.
And you said DCHR MOU?
Right. For them to provide personnel services for the Office of Zoning.
Why would that be an enhancement request? Why wouldn't that be part of your regular budget?
Because I don't know, it wasn't in our budget, so we had to ask for we didn't have sufficient funding to pay for it.
So you had two enhancement requests and both were fully funded.
Yes.
Last year, we appropriated $250,000 for build out of your office space. I think you addressed that in your statement, that work has been done.
It's being done right now.
So it doesn't need to be in the budget next year.
Exactly.
And if today is March 27th, why is it taking 6 months for it to happen?
The bid had to be, the requisition had to be bid out. And then that process takes some time, but we've met with the architects, they're designing, everything will be done by September 30th.
You have 24 vacant, you have 24 positions.
Yes, we do.
How many are vacant?
0.
Are there any salary lapse in your budget?
No.
Looking at the budget book, table 4 shows a reduction of $51,000 in information technology. and a reduction of $45,000 from information management. I'm not reading this very well. In agency management, information technology is reduced, and under zoning services, information management is reduced. Those two add up to $95,000. It's not a lot of money, except that it is actually more than the change that's being proposed to your total budget. What's that about?
So I believe that's realigning an FTE. Overall, our budget is it's a negative 58 from last year. And the only changes that have been made are the reduction of the $250,000 and the addition of 149,000 in PS and the 42,000 in NPS. So that's probably just the realigning an FTE within personal services. And some of that is what I talked about in NPS with the shifting of the $250,000 and the addition of the new monies.
So you're characterizing those two cuts. You see them in table 4?
Yes. Mhm.
You characterize those as a realigning?
I believe there's an FTE because you see there's a negative 0.5
Yes.
at the end of both. So that's an FTE that's been realigned. And that's most probably that is one of the attorneys that we hired this year. We had a vacancy and we hired an attorney in that position.
Give me a second. So I believe in your statement, that you read at the beginning, you said that this budget is adequate. You got no other needs at the moment.
I mean, I sure have a wish list, but this, I know times are tough and this is adequate for what we need to do for next year.
Could you provide us with the Form Bs, that's what I call them, that were the budget enhancement requests?
Sure.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
Mine is somewhere else. I have no other questions for you. Thank you. Chairman Hood, did you want to say anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I don't have anything to say if there's no questions for me. I also want to acknowledge Councilman Fruman and other councilmen and your staff. So thank you and good afternoon.
And I didn't ask Mr. Fruman if he had any questions. So don't go anywhere. Councilman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't have any other questions. I'll offer a comment because I have been hearing from lots of people about the desire to have access to this GIS technology that would allow for visualizations. And I don't know where it would be housed, and maybe there's discussions among the agencies about it. But if the capacity is out there to be able to visualize different proposals, even at early stages, I think making that available to the public, to ANCs, is a really important tool. So I hope that the agencies will work together to make that available in some place that the public can take advantage of.
Thank you. So you all are excused. We're going to turn to the next agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next agency is Office of Planning. So we're going to call the non-government witnesses, Cheryl Court, Coalition for Smarter Growth, Alex Baca, who's DC Policy Director with Greater Washington, Rebecca Miller, who's Executive Director of the Preservation League. The three of you. I don't believe Cheryl Court is here. Give me a second. Ms. Baca, I think we're going to start with you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. In previous years, GGWash has consistently asked for increased funding for the Office of Planning to conduct more community planning. We've been pleased to see OP bring many more of its community planning efforts, such as small area plans, in-house. This is more fiscally responsible than contracting out such work and better enables OP staff to align its ongoing planning with the requirements of the 2021 amendments to the 2006 Comprehensive Plan. Given that, I'm not thrilled to see cuts to community planning. However, I understand the reality of the FY24 budget, and I feel confident that because much of the community planning money was one-time funds, OP can, within its proposed budget, continue work that we consider essential to the district's future. We are gravely disappointed that the Streets for People grant and Open Streets program seem to be of so little a priority to anyone in the district government that page B55 says Open Streets for the People initiative, which is not actually the name of anything. Open Streets is under the District Department of Transportation's purview, and Streets for People is or was under OP and was intended to enable neighborhood level entities to procure infrastructure to routinely close streets to their cars and drivers. This was effectively disemboweled in last year's budget. I would like to see the district, both the executive and the legislative branches, find ways to close streets to cars and drivers in a way that is routine and not a special event. There's some more details on my thoughts about this in my written testimony. I will just leave that there. I know in previous years, Open Streets funding had come from ARPA dollars and that those don't exist anymore. I think this is a good opportunity to reboot the way that the district looks at street closures and how we can make them more regular. I'm thrilled to see a $450,000 enhancement to support a rewrite of the comprehensive plan. It is my understanding that OP will be submitting a work plan to the council by late 2023 or early 2024, detailing how it intends to conduct the comp plan rewrite, and that such a rewrite will begin by 2025. Our priorities for a comp plan rewrite are to legalize apartments district-wide and to increase the density of the future land use map to make more development by right, with concessions from developers established as a matter of district-wide policy aligned with the district's other master plans rather than through a discretionary process. We'll have a bunch more priorities when that rewrite starts, so I'm looking forward to that. We would like the committee to consider establishing a subcommittee for the comp plan rewrite so as not to burden solely the council chair's office with the responsibilities of the particulars of the process. I have a couple of questions that I would appreciate if the committee could ask the Office of Planning. Those are in my written testimony, but include, is the rewrite of the comprehensive plan on track for 2025? If not, why not? If so, is $450,000 sufficient for a rewrite? If not, how much more funding is necessary? If so, what will $450,000 cover? Is OP still planning to submit a work plan to the council by early 2024? And a point of clarification, proposed operating budget changes include a reduction of around 3 million in 2.0 full-time equivalents to account for the removal of one-time funding appropriated in FY 2023, which includes money for community-based grants to advance place-based planning. Can the agency please clarify that this means that one-time funds were allocated for these place-based plans and that funding is no longer needed for them, as well as clarify the status of the missing middle housing study and give some details on what it might address. That's all from me today. Thank you very much for your time, Chairman Mendelson. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Vaca. Rebecca Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Fruman. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As DCPL testified at the Office of Planning Performance Oversight Committee, we believe the Historic Homeowner Grant Program should be expanded to include all historic properties across the city, with household income being the only limiting qualifier. In 2021, HPO conducted a public survey online to receive feedback and comments to include in the 2025 preservation plan. In response to the question, what historic preservation resources would you like to see more in the future? 85% of respondents wanted more resources focused on the Historic Homeowner Grant Program. As requested by the chairman, DCPL has attached to its testimony proposed amendments to the law to expand the program citywide and extend it to low and moderate income owners in multifamily buildings. We would also propose raising the maximum grant amount from $25,000 to $50,000 per household per grant cycle. This dollar increase would be the first since the program was authorized in 2007 and is necessary to keep up with the inflation and construction costs associated with building maintenance and preservation standards. With this increase in dollar amount, DCPL would recommend that the covenant held by the Historic Preservation Office be expanded from 5 to 10 years, protecting the city's investment in our historic neighborhoods and landmarks. Expansion of this targeted program is consistent with the goals of the 2025 Historic Preservation Plan and the Mayor's Fair Shot Initiative. To that end, DCPL requests that the council increase the funding proposed in the mayor's budget from $250,000 to the statutory authorized maximum of $1.25 million to allow more homeowners across the district to access this critical funding for neighbors who may struggle financially to maintain their historic properties. In addition, HPO has requested an additional FTE for an architecturalist, or I'm sorry, archaeologist for years. It has never been included in the budget. As a result, the city's comprehensive archaeology program is staffed by a single full-time employee and one contract position. HPO has consistently paid interns, fellows, and contractors to assist with this program, as the responsibilities are too great for a single city employee. For example, the city's archaeologists reviewed more than 100 local and federal projects last year, in addition to having responsibility of curating the city's artifact collection. As part of the Martin Luther King Jr. Library Rehabilitation and Modernization Project, a portion of the library exhibit spaces will be used to create temporary exhibits, utilizing a portion of the city's archaeological collections. The temporary exhibitions are intended to make District of Columbia history and archaeology more visible and accessible to District of Columbia residents. This work cannot be carried out at the current staffing levels. HPO had proposed converting a vacant reviewer position to an archaeologist position, but that position was eliminated in the mayor's proposed FY24 budget. DCPL requests that this FTE be reinstated as the archaeologist, excuse me, I'm having a hard time with that word today, position, so the historic preservation program can adequately carry out its archaeological responsibilities. We look forward to our continued work with HPO and the Office of Planning, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I was trying to keep up with your testimony. So right now there's one FTE for archaeology.
Yes.
And so when you end saying DCPL requests that this FTE be reinstated as an archaeologist, that would be for a second position.
That would be for a second position, yes. There was a reviewer position that went vacant last spring, and the goal was to convert that reviewer position into an archaeologist position. But that position was eliminated in the mayor's budget.
So it was unfilled or unfunded last year and now it's being eliminated.
It was unfilled at the end of the year, yes. The employee for that position left last spring.
So all we would be doing, all you're requesting that we do is to fill it.
Correct.
So there are two, okay. Give me just a second. So the question, Ms. Baca, is do I want to ask you about why a subcommittee?
I have an enormous respect for your retention of Julia Coster during the comp plan process. She did an amazing job. I also know it was challenging to move a really big document forward, and it got a lot of attention. I personally favor more attention on land use planning, and I think it could be helpful to have a subcommittee for the comp plan rewrite. I think there's a little bit more fluency in how land use works than there typically is because we went through the amendment cycle. I think taking advantage of some of the knowledge on the council for that could be valuable in 2025.
Well, you realize that there's still a burden on the full committee with the subcommittee.
Yeah, I do. I think like, council only gets like one bite at the land use apple, and it's through the comp plan. So I think it behooves the committee to set up a subcommittee. I know that there is still an administrative burden. I think it's important. I would like more attention on it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions for either of you. Thank you, each of you, but don't go away. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions for them?
No, thank you very much. Great to see both of you. Look forward to working with you on lots of things, but no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Witnesses. Thank you. Thank you, each of you. We'll turn now to Anita Cozart, who's Director of the Office of Planning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Cozart, and I'm the Director of the DC Office of Planning. I'm pleased to be here today to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss the mayor's FY24 budget and financial plan for OP. On March 22nd, 2023, the mayor presented her FY24 budget and financial plan to the council. The proposed budget reflects continued investments in housing affordability, transportation and environment, public safety, health and human services, education, and economic recovery, while building a balanced budget that represents our values and gives more, DC residents a fair shot. The mayor's FY24 budget supports OP's mission to plan for the long-term growth of the District of Columbia to help it ensure it reflects our values that are supportive of an inclusive and equitable and vibrant city in which all district residents can thrive regardless of income, race, age, or background. For FY24, the total budget for OP is $12,763,928, consisting of $12,113,928 in local funds, $600,000 in federal grants for our historic preservation program, and $50,000 in special purpose revenue. The local budget supports 72.5 FTEs, and the federal budget supports 3.5 FTEs for a total of 76 FTEs who in FY24 will lead community engagement, research, economic and spatial analysis, urban design assessments, zoning analysis, and preservation planning to implement the 2021 comp plan, advance the goals of the DC comeback plan, continue our progress towards 36,000 new housing units by 2025, and implement OP's racial equity action plan, which we expect to finalize in July 2023. The FY 2024 FTE count represents a reduction from FY 23 of 3 term FTEs that are filled and 5 permanent FTEs that are currently vacant. Even with this reduction, we anticipate being able to continue to carry out our core activities. The mayor's budget includes $572,467 and 1 new FTE for the 2025 comprehensive plan rewrite preparation. The comprehensive plan calls for a full rewrite to commence no later than January 2025 and submission of the final plan to the council no later than June 2027. The mayor's budget includes contractual services for public engagement and communications, graphic design, specialized historical research, and information technology needs so that OP can lead a 2025 rewrite that requires focused planning, interagency coordination, extensive community engagement, and communications. Additionally, OP will dedicate existing staff and 1 new union grade term FTE as a project staff from FY 2024 until the comp plan submission deadline in FY 2027. The 2025 rewrite is an opportunity for the district to establish new policies and priorities that will help the district better meet emerging challenges and harness opportunities in a way that advances our district priorities, including housing, racial equity, and economic recovery for today and the next 2 decades. The mayor's budget includes $200,000 for a second year of commemorative works, planning, and technical assistance program. This is a multi-year program to commemorate diverse Washingtonians in all 8 wards, funding design services for community organizations that lack funding and resources for commemorative works projects. The program builds on the commemorative works location strategy and reflects the objectives of the Diverse Washingtonians Act. The program is designed to equip communities to commemorate Black, Indigenous, and people of color Washingtonians across the district and to help reaffirm the district's civic identity and community heritage. Historic preservation is a key component of OP's FY24 budget. The mayor's budget includes support of the Historic Preservation Office with $100,000 in recurring local non-personal services, funding to pay for the administrative functions of the Historic Preservation Review Board, the mayor's agent, the district's state archaeologist, and local matches to federal grants. OP's Special Purpose Revenue Fund is budgeted at $50,000, half of last year's amount, to reflect the associated revenue that has diminished in recent years. The budget also reflects $600,000 from an annual grant by the National Park Service that supports personal services costs associated with the 3.5 FTEs, along with contracts and grants. Although the actual amount the HPO will receive in FY24 is contingent on the federal budget process, this is an increased estimate from years past to reflect higher amounts received in recent years. The HPO uses these funding on essential functions, including community outreach for cultural heritage engagement, the review of projects in historic districts and DC facility modernizations, online public hearings, and ongoing public education projects on the district's historic heritage of racial and cultural diversity. The mayor's local budget includes $250,000 in FY24 for the Historic Homeowner Grant Program. These grants will continue to pay for exterior repairs, rehabilitation, and structural work on homes in eligible historic districts such as Anacostia, Bloomingdale, and Kingman Park, among others, for low and moderate income homeowners, many of whom are seniors and longtime district residents. In closing, OP is committed to continuing to advancing the district's shared goals on healthy and strong neighborhoods, a reimagined downtown, affordable housing, sustainability and resiliency, and access to opportunity for residents and businesses across the district. The council and this particular committee are key allies in those efforts, and I look forward to working with you to achieve our shared goals and give all residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C.'s continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Cozart. My first question is your proposed budget adequate?
Yes.
Did you have any budget enhancement requests?
We work with the Office of Budget and Management and the Executive Office of the Mayor to put together the mayor's budget for FY24.
So you did have some requests?
We worked with their office to talk about what our needs were. Mhm.
Can we have copies of the requests?
No, aligned with what City Administrator Donahue shared on Friday.
You were present when Ms. Baca was testifying.
Yes.
Is the rewrite of the comprehensive plan on track for 2025?
Yes.
Is $450,000 sufficient for a rewrite of the comprehensive plan?
Certainly for the start of a rewrite process and engagement and some of the technology needs associated with that, as well as some research.
How much more funding will be necessary?
That's something that we need to scope as part of the process.
Are you still planning to submit a work plan to the council by early 2024?
We plan to meet the deadline of 2024. I'm loath to call it a work plan, but rather an approach. A work plan implies that there's shared alignment, and what we would start with is an initial salvo, an approach, and we would want to work with certainly the committee on the whole and the residents to share take the approach and turn it into a work plan based on that shared alignment.
The deadline is when?
The deadline is 2024. I don't know that there is a month, but we are working on a January timeframe, January 2024.
What is the status of the missing middle housing study?
So we've scoped that work, and we intend to carry out that work in FY23, and likely it will go into FY24.
You know when it will be ready?
I'll have to get back with you on a time frame for that. And I'd have to get back with you on a time frame inside FY24. I don't want to just say FY24 because that's 12 months.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's all I got is 12 months.
For now, I guess I'm not being nice.
I wouldn't go that far yet.
Okay.
What will the missing middle housing study address?
So I'm happy to follow up with more details, but essentially really understanding what are the missing middle from the perspective of typologies of housing that one has affordability and two can kind of fit into our current context, our current kind of urban fabric that exists. And a big part of that is understanding that the urban fabric, particularly in some of our single family and moderate density areas, is different across the city, and the population that lives in those and the characteristics of what they need are different. And so that missing middle study would look into and account for that.
So what about the suggestions from the DC Preservation League for the homeowner grant program, raising the maximum grant amount from 25,000 to 50,000?
So I think at a very high level, that it has merit. It certainly has merit. And I think we'd be happy to get back with the committee in the next couple of weeks. What was sent to you, Chairman, today is something we're just seeing. And so we'd be happy to do some analysis of it and get back to you about the portions that we think have merit and should move forward.
Okay. What about so the budget has $250,000 for this?
For the targeted historic homeowner program? Yes.
I think I asked this. Is the $250,000 in the budget all new local dollars, or does it include fund balance pushed forward?
That is just new dollars.
So do you have money that's been pushed forward?
In FY23, you have money that's been pushed forward from previous FYs. That said, this FY23, we expect to distribute all the money by the end of FY23. So we do not anticipate pushing forward resources in from FY23 or yes, into FY24.
And so how much are you going to spend this year?
We expect to spend, we have $768 available that we expect to spend down in FY23.
I totally didn't get that amount. You
Okay.
said 702,000.
702. I did. 702,768.
So you expect to spend 702,000 this year.
Yes.
Do you have in front of you what you spent last year?
Yes.
And I'll probably ask you 2021.
In FY22, it was 139,000. And in FY21, it was 157,231.
You spent 157,000, then 139,000, and this year you're going to spend 702,000.
Yes.
Why do I believe that? Because that's 3 times what you've been spending.
It is. It is. We've had certainly a bigger draw on the program because of the Kennesaw project, which I think you're familiar with. And so that multifamily project. And so you have many more homeowners. But I've issued award letters for all of those, and they are in a hurry. That particular project is in a hurry to move that forward. So it's a particularly acute issue this fiscal year.
So Kennesaw is the reason why so much more will be spent this year?
Yes.
And how much are you spending on Kennesaw?
So we've got. We expect to spend 465,000 from the Historic Homeowner Grant program. You may also know that there is $1.5 million that was identified and awarded to the Kennesaw project that came through the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and has been awarded to the Kennesaw. So to address some of the acute issues that they have there. So it's the 465,000 plus that 1.5 million.
So so outside of Kennesaw, you'll spend about 235,000 from the fund.
That's correct.
157 in 21, 139 in 22, and what did I just say? 235 in. And what's the demand been for the fund in the current year? Could you spend more based on the demand?
So I guess what I would say, it in many ways, it depends on the homeowners. Are they able to get contractors? Are they able to, put everything together in a given fiscal year? Are they able to get their application in, show that they qualify for it, show what the work is, and get that contractor? So it's hard for us to predict, but we certainly have demand for the $250,000.
I think what I'm getting at is, do you have demand for more than 250? Or 300, for 350?
I guess theoretically, we there are a lot of buildings that are in our historic districts. It's hard to say more definitively than that.
So is the 250,000 in the budget this year, is it recurring or one-time money? Do you know?
To my knowledge, one time.
One time, okay. Um. According to the budget chapter, several one-time funding initiatives are removed from the budget. We would assume because the projects will be completed. Can you tell us the status of these FY23 projects? $1,950,000 for siting and feasibility study for central food processing facility.
So that is on track to be done by the end of this fiscal year. So it will not need additional funding.
And this is a central food processing facility for like our schools
That's correct.
and does it look feasible?
We will know once we get the report. The report's not completed yet, or the study's not completed yet.
So I have to sit on the edge of my seat waiting for the report.
You and I both have to sit on the edge of our seats, Chairman.
What about $1,050,000 federal city council for Union Station feasibility study?
That is also on track to be completed at the end of this fiscal year. We don't expect there to need to be additional resources.
And what is that looking at? Looking like? I think I probably put that in the budget.
What?
Is that the governance structure or what?
That's correct.
What does that one look like? Or do I have to sit on the edge of my seat for that?
I am sorry to report, yes.
Are you sitting on the edge of your seat?
I am. Union Station is an important place in
It is.
our District of Columbia.
How about $400,000 for the Commemorative Works Committee location strategy and response to the Diverse Washingtonians Act? You spoke to that, but
I did. So that one's a little different. We expect to expend those resources this year. There potentially may be some carryover, but the $200,000 in the May is going to help
continue. That's why there's $200,000 in the budget for FY24.
certainly.
And finally, $120,549. I couldn't be 550 for community-based grants to advance place-based plans for Foggy Bottom, North Capitol Crossroads, East Capitol Street Northeast, and missing middle housing study.
That work is underway, and you won't have to wait till the end of the fiscal year on those items because we're going to have some community engagement around those projects starting very soon.
Just a second. I have more questions, but being pointed out to me that there are a couple of council members who have joined us. So why don't I turn to them and then I'll ask some more questions. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
I do have a couple of questions. Great to see you, Director Cozart. One of the things, there's some staff cuts that are happening, and then there's some planning in Ward 3 that I'd been hoping to see happen. Maybe you can give me some comfort on this. You've done the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, the Cleveland Park, Woodley Park studies are ongoing. There hasn't been a planning process for Van Ness. And the way in which the comp plan process works is you can't get a map amendment until some sort of a planning process is completed. Is there anything in the pipeline for Van Ness, or is there a reason why I don't need to worry that changes in Van Ness will be slowed by the lack of a planning process?
So what I would, staff that we have and courses that we have in FY23, those are ones that we wish to do the planning analyses that's required in the comp plan in advance of that work. And so we could initiate that, and we'd be happy to work with your office on and your staff on scoping some of that.
Okay, so we can cover that should we need to. The second question, and maybe there'll be a couple of things to it, is I imagine you are aware of the twist that we've seen in the Chevy Chase small area plan and the Civic Core relating to the deed restriction. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And so one of the things that there's a lot of discussion in the community. Do you embrace the deed restriction? Do you try to get the deed restriction removed? For others who may be wondering about this, on the rec center and library lot, there's a deed restriction saying that there can't be housing on the back 125 feet of that lot. So it would very much limit what you could do in terms of doing housing above a new rec center and library. I don't know exactly how much it would restrict. This goes to the questions before about the mapping and visualization software that could be really useful in a setting like this. But has your office looked into what it would take? So some people are saying embrace the restriction, that it creates a setback to the residential neighborhood behind. Others say that it's too limiting in terms of what can happen on the site. Try to get the restriction lifted. And has your office looked at what it would take to get that restriction lifted?
We have not.
And there's a restriction on that lot, which came as a surprise to everyone, I think. But it's Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase has a tortured history. Has anyone looked to see whether or not there are similar restrictions on any of the other lots on the Connecticut Avenue corridor in Chevy Chase?
To my knowledge, I don't think so.
Now, I think it'd be really important to do that because we have a whole small area planning process and if there are restrictions, we're going to have to figure out what to do about it. And I don't know if it's a coincidence, but there's no housing on the east and on Connecticut Avenue in that area. And that's what the restriction is about. There is housing pretty much every place else on Connecticut Avenue. So it worries me that restriction on the Civic Center, Rec Center lot might not be unique. What's the right place to have that looked into? Because that's very important for all of us in terms of planning.
For the Civic Core side, I would say the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development would be the place to have that conversation. The other sites I would have to kind of look into, given that they're privately owned.
Yeah, I think it'd be important to know there are similar restrictions elsewhere because I think the whole small area plan for Connecticut Avenue was predicated on there not being such restrictions. And so if there are restrictions, it's an issue, not just for the Civic Core, but for the whole Chevy Chase portion of the corridor. So I don't, if it's, maybe it's the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development who should be doing it. I don't know whether or not you guys do title searches as well, but somebody needs to. I didn't put a question mark on the end of it, but that ends what's on my mind now vis-a-vis your office. And let's figure out this deed restriction issue as soon as we can. Thank you.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Director, good to hear from you. Okay, so let's Sorry, I thought Matt was going to take a little longer. I'm just getting organized over here. Okay, here we go. So, Director, I have a pile of questions for you. I wanted to follow up with you from the exchange I had with the mayor last week about incenting residential conversion housing downtown. I suggested eliminating parking minimums or even instituting parking maximums, especially if we're encouraging more residents in the downtown core. That would free up a lot of development dollars, and that would otherwise have to go towards building parking. Is that something you're willing to follow up on, potentially by introducing a text amendment to the zoning commission?
We are certainly willing to follow up on that and follow up on that as an action and follow up with your office more specifically about proposals related to that.
Okay, great. If there's going to be all that activity, I think we really need to be laser focused on part of that. My sense is that DC did a lot of good work to really narrow and dial in parking minimums much earlier than other places. But now we're being lapped by cities that have been doing away with them entirely. Just for the viewers at home, there are no parking minimums in Minneapolis, Cambridge, Raleigh, Buffalo, Nashville, and as of this year, the whole state of Oregon. So, Director, I would say we're far less car dependent than those places. Wouldn't you agree?
I think our statistics bear out that we may be less car dependent. I would say that through some of our research, we have found that there are parts of the city for whom coverage is challenging. And so that's the kind of thing that we would want to follow up with you about as we think about extending where we've already come from.
Understood. Downtown is probably, however, not the area that has less coverage. So, but I understand there are transportation deserts in some parts of the city. I'm very glad to see a new grade 3 position dedicated to the comp plan rewrite. Is your aim to hire for that as soon as possible?
As soon as October 1, well, before that, as soon as it's approved by the council, and then as soon as October 1 rolls around. And I will say in the meantime, we've been leveraging existing staff to do that preparation for the rewrite, including the approach that I talked about earlier, and some of the work planning.
Do you know how many existing staff and how much of their time is currently being dedicated?
So I would say we have one FTE dedicated, and I would need to get back to you about specific portions. I would say I'd hazard to say a quarter to a third of several other FTEs. I'm using several because I would need to get back to you about specifics.
And then do you expect that'll continue, or when you have the other FTE, those folks will go back to their other duties as assigned?
I expect that some of that several will continue.
What is the first deliverable the council should expect on the comp plan rewrite? Is there a scoping document?
I would call it an approach because we want to have like if we're talking about a full rewrite, the first one that we're doing in this century. So it would be an approach to what it looks like, our principles, our values, the structure, how we get to a more concise document, all of the things that the council put forward in the 2021 comp plan that the next rewrite at a minimum, plus what we see around the corner 20 years down the line, which is necessary. So it would be an approach. And then from there, we would develop a scope and work plan and all of those kinds of things once we have alignment and agreement on that approach. Certainly something that we would need to do with this committee and the full council.
Do you have a personal goal for how long the comp plan should be? I think there's an agreement that it should be at least under 1,000 pages.
Well under 1,000 pages. I have not come up with a number. I don't know, 75.
75 pages?
That's what I'm willing to commit to on this day.
Okay, I'll have to ask the chairman if he wants the over the under.
I'm not gonna write that down.
I wrote it down. You're gonna have to decide if you want the over the under on 75, Chairman. Is there a plan for a new housing target beyond 2025?
There, I would need to get back to you on that because I think we certainly have a downtown housing target, and I would need to get back to you because I think we do have a target for 2028 related to the comeback plan, and I can follow up with you on that.
Okay. Will it have targets by planning area, or can you get more detailed with neighborhood housing targets?
That is an intriguing idea that we will take back and think about for the approach and opine a bit in the approach about that.
I'll take intriguing. All right, so, from your other rounds, I was not aware of a missing middle housing study. Is that underway in FY23?
So it's something that we are scoping now, and we expect to do that work in FY23 and complete it sometime in FY24. And I can get back to the committee on that completion date inside FY24.
Okay. The chairman, he got into this a little bit with you, but he worked with me to extend eligibility of the historic homeowner grant program to assist the Kennesaw building in Mount Pleasant. Does OP support a permanent expansion of the program to multifamily housing?
So that is a big question. And I think we could do some analysis on that and a little bit of research about what our point of view might be on that and get back to you in the next several weeks.
I think the mayor had proposed that, and maybe the council didn't agree. I can't remember exactly how it went down, but then we went back and got it for Kennesaw. But when it was out there, I was thinking about some other buildings that might be able to apply for it. So I do think there's the need. I'd love, if you're doing an analysis, really, I suppose we would need to figure out what the need is so we can adequately fund it, so it doesn't become sort of just a program on paper. So I look forward to that conversation. And did your office learn anything from doing that work with Kennesaw?
What did we learn? I would prefer to share my lessons learned with you kind of in writing, but I think at a large part, we learned that there are great complexities when it comes to the organization of multifamily buildings. And some of that organization is independent of whether it's a historic building or whether or not it needs grant assistance. It has much more to do with how well, what's happening with the governance there. And that's something that we need to factor in when we think about timelines and we think about readiness to take on a grant and readiness to be construction managers for a project, right? So those are the kinds of things, but I'd be happy to follow up with more specifics about kind of lessons learned. That said, I'd be happy to follow up at the end of the FY to really kind of debrief a bit more, because we'll have, I'm certain, more lessons learned once we get all the dollars out the door.
Great. Thanks for that. I think complexity is one of the calling cards of that particular project. So you hit the nail on the head there. I have a few more questions, and I will definitely need to go into a second round with them rather than using 30 seconds for them. So I will just stop here and let the chairman take back the gavel. Thank you.
Well, I'm getting a second round, but I'm going to avoid you with the second round. So why don't you just ask a few more questions?
Okay. You forgot how much my staff likes OP when you said that. Okay. Let's see if we can plow through. Are there currently pending applications for new historic districts?
In your area, Parkview?
Parkview. Okay. Still under consideration?
Yes. Yes, still under consideration.
There's been recent analysis that raises serious questions over whether historic districts are perpetuating or exacerbating racial segregation. For example, the Black population in new historic districts declined far quicker than immediate adjacent non-historic areas. Is this an issue that OP plans to look into further?
So I would say it's something that we look into as part of, in a broader context around displacement and neighborhood change, and what are some trends. And so one of the factors is thinking about historic districts. Yes.
Glad to hear that you're factoring that in when you're thinking about these other things. About 1 in 5 buildings in DC are designated as historic, which is a radical number when you compare it to Boston, for instance, which has about 7% of its properties designated historic. Where do you think this stops? There doesn't seem to be any kind of overall historic management plan beyond adding new districts when applied for.
So what I would say is certainly what I would say to that is that one of the things that we've learned by putting together our 2025 historic preservation plan is the value that people have in the district around preservation planning, around opportunities for adaptive reuse, opportunities to get support for things like commemoration, that's a value that people do have. And so certainly as we carry out our work of preservation planning, issues related to adaptive reuse and finding ways to balance the values that we have around preservation with the needs that we have related to sustainability, resilience, welcoming more residents into the district. All of those are things that are really captured within that 2025 historic preservation plan. And so it's preservation planning is vital to as we go forward in the district.
Okay, thank you. One serious problem we've had in historic properties in Ward 1 is sound abatement. The soundproofing quality of a window approved by HPRB is usually far worse than a modern window of similar price. We've heard from residents in Mount Pleasant, for example, who've had to move because they could hear everything on the street, even with the windows closed. Why are we subjecting people to a serious quality of life and public health issue? And how would you propose we resolve that?
So I guess what I can commit to is having our staff look into that issue. And it would be helpful if when you get reports like that, if you could send those to me so we could investigate some of those things and try to do some research and see what's possible and how that might impact what our staff are recommending as we go forward. Certainly new technologies come into place, some of which are compatible in historic districts, and we try our best to incorporate those. Perfect example is providing solar on rooftops and work we've done around that. And so certainly this is something that we could look into.
Would you be willing to have a staff person meet with ANCs who represent historic districts? Because a lot of these cases come to them first. Some of them don't actually make it to us. I was thinking maybe we could do a listening session with them and just talk about some of the common issues.
Very happy to do that.
Great. So are we basically giving up on streets for people at this point? Is there a plan for how we actually reallocate street space on an ongoing basis? I know that was funded with ARPA dollars, and we've talked to your staff extensively about our frustrations with the 18th Street pedestrian zone. So I'm looking for anything in the budget that can continue to support the effort.
So certainly in FY23, we have some resources for Streets for People. And so that through the end of this fiscal year, we'll have opportunities like the 18th Street pedestrian zone and others. And it will have life beyond FY23 going into FY24 through our Streets for People downtown public realm plan. And that is where we have kind of a bigger vision for where we go. That's one of the challenges is that we need a bigger kind of urban design framework that helps us to make those decisions as it relates to temporary recurring, more permanent street closures. Cities such as San Francisco and New York, when they consider that, they've had a bigger public realm plan that drives those decisions. And so we're initiating that. We actually initiated that this month. And so over the course of this calendar year, we'll be finishing that work up, and then we'll have some recommendations that can drive future investments going forward.
So I'm glad that you mentioned this in the context of the downtown public realm, because as the Ward 1 council member, I have none of downtown, and I want to make an important point. We were constantly frustrated trying to do the 18th Street closure because we needed a certain type of barrier, and we went back and forth on design. And the minute Capital One Arena wanted to do something similar, it happened like this. Everybody got together and figured it out. And you can imagine that's endlessly frustrating to a group of people who've been trying to close one street for more than a decade, not exaggerating. So how is any of what's going to be continuing in the public realm downtown going to work for us in other parts of the city where we still want to be doing this? And let me add, another ongoing frustration is, unlike other cities, there are entities in this city that try to control what happens with public space for, I don't know, purported homeland security reasons, and everything ends up having to be like overly secure and overly policed. So we can't just have, you know, a big block party.
So one, we're happy to continue to work with your office and your staff, certainly for this season, for those closures. And I think that there are going to be some takeaways and recommendations that come from the downtown public realm plan that can be applicable in other parts of the city. And so I think once we can come up with some kind of alignment and frameworks related to that, and issues of security are going to be on the table as part of that discussion in downtown, where there are even more acute issues, especially related to the presence of the federal government. If we can solve it in downtown, I think that we can solve it in neighborhoods and make it easier. So I'm happy to continue to work with you on that.
Thank you. And I want to thank you and your staff for leading on the proposed map amendment for 1617 U Street to reflect changes made in the comp plan amendment cycle. I know Chairman Mendelson's been engaged with the public on this as well. I think it's really important that the DC government say declaratively what the vision is for the land that the district owns, rather than wait on a private partner to propose those changes. Are there plans to do this elsewhere to comport with the new comp plan?
There's plans, yes, we're going to continue to do that work, certainly on sites that are owned by the district. That's something where we see a need for us to make amendments that align the new comp plan with the existing zoning in that place.
Great. I'm hoping OP and the chairman actually can provide assistance on a serious coordination problem we have in that part of the district. Right now, there are a lot of separate planning efforts that are not coordinated at all. Zone A development of the Armed Forces Retirement Home, Armed Forces Retirement Home studying what to do with their golf course, a separate Armed Forces Retirement Home study on the north part of their campus, the NCPC approval, the Armed Forces Retirement Home Master Plan, an Urban Land Institute technical assistance panel with Lincoln's Cottage, and of course, OP and DDOT's own planning efforts. What's the status of the North Capitol Crossroads small area planning work?
So the North Capitol Crossroads, it's a study. I would not call it a small area plan. And essentially the status of that is we expect to have a public launch in the next couple of months. And so we've been doing some scoping work and work to procure some technical assistance to move that work forward.
Okay, so NCPC required the Armed Forces Retirement Home to engage with the neighborhood stakeholders on access and connectivity between Zone A and areas to the west. Those talks have definitely not gone well, which does not bode well for Zone A to actually be part of the urban fabric. And I think this is a really critical time for DC government to step in to align all of these efforts. Can I get a commitment from you to work with me and Councilmember Parker in Ward 5 on this?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, thank you, Chairman. We're hopefully passing the Street Vendor Advancement Amendment Act at second reading next week. And deep gratitude to Chairman Mendelson for his support on that. It includes the study of resources and design elements facilitating vending in Central Columbia Heights. I don't think the FIS for that bill indicated what agency that study would be implemented by. Do you know if that would be you?
To my knowledge, it's not the Office of Planning.
Okay, thank you very much, Director, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Nadeau, do you mind if I follow up with your question about the historic preservation windows?
I certainly do not, sir.
Ms. Cozart, would you mind if Mr. Maloney came to the table to answer about that?
Sure.
Mr. Maloney, you're the head of HPO, and you were here when the question was asked. Can you say more about what these restrictions are?
Sure, yes. This is a new issue to me. I had not heard this issue raised about residents complaining that the historic preservation rules mean that they cannot put in replacement windows that alleviate sound issues. I'd be very interested in the source of that complaint. Just in terms of generally our policy on window replacements is that they are very frequent, very common. It's one of the most common types of permits that we review in historic districts. And we have no restrictions on putting in double glazed, sometimes even triple glazed windows. So that's why I'm a little surprised to hear the issue being raised.
So then what do you look at with replacement windows?
We look at matching the appearance, the character of the historic windows, if they're replacing historic windows. If there are windows that are in a category called special windows, which have a particular architectural character, storm windows can always be added to those windows on the interior or exterior of the building.
So a special window would be like a curved window?
A little bit fancier, maybe than a curved window, but yes, the idea that it's something out of the ordinary in terms of the window configuration, whether it's the shape or some particular design feature that the window has, things that may be multiple panes of glass, leaded glass, kinds of things. Those could be special windows.
So I live in a historic district. If I want to replace my front window, so this wouldn't apply to rear windows.
We review all building permits in the historic district, so both front and rear. We are more lenient on the rear, obviously.
More lenient.
But permits are required for windows.
But so if I wanted to replace my front windows, let's say I have, I think it's called 4/4,
Right.
I couldn't put in plate glass.
We would ask that you put in a 4/4 window if that's the appropriate historic window, and that doesn't have to be done with a window that is constructed in the same way a historic window was. You could use what are called true divided lights or simulated divided lights to create the effect of the 4 divisions of the glass.
And with regard to what I'm going to call the structure of the window itself, meaning double pane or triple pane or soundproofing, or you don't look at that?
Not in terms of restricting that. We have no objection at all to what the number of panes of glass is. The basic rule is to try to match the appearance to make sure that the replacement window is compatible in overall appearance. And the number of panes of glass doesn't affect the appearance of the window typically.
Councilman Nadeau, do you have any follow-up questions on that point?
Well, I guess my point earlier was mostly about the cost prohibitiveness, right? So it's not that the materials don't exist, but it's much more expensive to soundproof an historic property, which makes it cost prohibitive for a lot of residents, which feeds into my other point that I was talking to the director about the impact that historic districts can have on racial disparity and other economic disparities. So I think it's I think we should keep the conversation going. I definitely will take the director up on community conversation, and I trust that she'll send whoever from the office feels like they can contribute most to the dialogue with the ANCs.
Well, can you speak to cost?
Generally, window replacement is more expensive than keeping existing windows and adding storm windows. And there is a range of costs in terms of different types of windows. Obviously, a more elaborate window or a window that is a curved window will cost more as a replacement window than an existing window. But that's another reason why we encourage people, if possible, to keep their existing windows. It's a cost-effective solution, and you can always add storm windows, either on the inside or the outside of the building, to achieve both the thermal performance and also sound mitigation. But yes, we also would be very, very pleased to continue this conversation in the community.
Thank you. If there's no follow-up from you, Councilmember Nadeau, let me ask a few more questions. Thank you, Mr. Maloney. Ms. Cozart, 2 years ago, I believe the mayor included $150,000 in recurring funds for the DC History Center. Are those still in your budget for FY24? In the past, the mayor's included $150,000 in recurring funds for the DC History Center. Are those still built into the OP budget?
No, those were one-time funds.
The Preservation League testified about the need for an additional FTE for an archaeologist. What's going on there? So you had 2 FTEs, now you have 1?
We've always had 1 FTE and 1 contracted position. So 2 archaeologists, and that's how we fund 1 with local funds and 1 as an FTE and 1 as a contract position.
And that's being maintained in the
FY24 budget.
Well, they requested this FTE be reinstated as an archaeologist. Maybe I should read more of the HPO had proposed converting a vacant reviewer position to an archaeologist position, but that position was eliminated in the mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget. DCPL requested this FTE be reinstated as an archaeologist position. So are they saying we want you to go from 1 to 2 positions plus the contract?
I'm not sure. We would have to clarify with DCPL.
HPO had proposed converting a vacant reviewer position to an archaeologist position.
Am
I getting HPO in trouble? I hope not.
No.
What I'm getting the Preservation League in trouble? I hope not.
I'm not clear on what the Preservation League's interpretation. Today, we have 2 people who are employed today who show up in our office today. 1 who is an FTE and 1 who is a contractor. The FY24 budget, the FY23 budget has that in place, and the FY24 budget has that in place.
Okay. And
I guess what I understand from DCPL is that in the past, the past budgets have requested, and I'm not sure, I would have to look back at our records to see what past budgets where we requested to make that that contracted position a full-time FTE, but it's not something that we propose in FY23, and it's not something we're proposing in FY24.
Well, they may be saying they want you to actually have 3 archaeologist positions because there's that much work.
We're happy to follow up with them to clarify that.
You have 3.5 FTEs on federal funds?
That's correct.
And where are they? Are they all in HPO?
That is correct.
And your budget is being cut by 1 FTE and $93,000 in contracting and procurement. Why is that a good thing?
So that position was a term position with ARPA funds. And so we thought it prudent, given the end of those ARPA funds, to end that term position.
Or was that person doing nothing with ARPA funds?
So that person was helping get some of our ARPA funds out. And our ARPA funds are ending at the end of FY23. That was a term position that's not continued in FY24.
There was a need and now there's not the need?
Because they were time limited ARPA funds.
That only speaks to the temporary nature of the funding. But they were fulfilling a need.
Yes, they were fulfilling a need to help track those ARPA funds and get those ARPA funds out the door.
So the need's gone away.
Because of the cessation of those ARPA funds.
In historic preservation, you are cutting 2 FTEs, $140,000 from development review and $51,000 from what's called historic preservation. Can you explain that more?
So for that, what that represents is sets of positions that we had, vacant positions that we had that we were desiring to kind of create essentially kind of a career ladder. And so given our current revenue forecast, we are for FY24 really erring on the side of getting more kind of seasoned professionals, more senior level professionals. So that's the recruitment that's going on now for the remainder of our vacant positions. Hopefully in the future, career ladders are important. Hopefully in the future, when the revenue forecast looks sunnier, we'll be able to create those.
So you have 83 positions now?
That's correct.
And how many are vacant?
Right now we have, so it's a total of 8, or I'm sorry, it's a total of 13 vacant positions.
You have 13 vacant positions.
8 of those are ones that will not be in the I'm sorry, let me try again. So we have 10 vacant positions. My apologies. The 13, 10 plus 3 is 13. 3 of those are positions that are ending at the end of FY23. Those are filled positions. There are 10 vacant positions, 5 of which we're recruiting for now. And recruiting, when I say there's 5 of which we're recruiting for now, and part of that 5, an offer has been extended to 2 of those 5.
And so of the 13 or 10, 8 are being eliminated.
Of the 13, 8 are being eliminated. And the 13, again, that includes 3 that are filled and 5 that are vacant.
And do you have any salary lapse in your budget?
Salary for are you asking what's built into the budget for
FY24, yeah.
Yes, 1% salary lapse is built in FY24.
How much is that?
Just one moment. About 100,000. $112,000.
Okay, 1% salary lapse equals 112,000.
That is correct.
Okay. So going back to HPO, the two positions that are being eliminated are vacant.
Yes. Going back to the Historic Preservation Office.
Yeah.
So there's one historic preservation position that's being eliminated. You mentioned two.
I did.
Yes.
Line 2010 and line 2020, each are losing a person.
So that second position is a development review specialist.
Yes. Oh. The point being that it's not necessarily historic preservation.
That's correct.
In any event, they're both vacant.
They are both vacant and being eliminated. Yes.
So you're also losing 4 positions in community planning and design and a total of 4,211,000. That's kind of hefty.
So one portion of that is the ARPA resources for Streets for People. Another portion of that is community planning resources. And we did a kind of blitz, if you would call it, of community planning in FY22 and FY23 to enact and take the actions required by the 2021 comp plan. And so we used and are using those dollars in FY22 and FY23 to finish up that work.
Is all of this $4 million ARPA money?
No, I would say what portion of that is ARPA money? What portion of that, nearly 4 million, is ARPA money? Just 1 minute on that. On okay. Yeah, I might have to get back to you with what portion of that is ARPA money only. That'll be a follow-up that we'll send to your office. On the FTE side, one of the FTEs is a grants management specialist related to Streets for People, and with the ARPA dollars for that and the ARPA grant dollars for that closing out. We're not extending that term position. And then there are 2 other community planning positions that, again, desiring to build that career ladder. We're in a fiscal crunch. That's a challenge for us now. We're going to absorb that work through the staff that we have, 76 FTEs. And you mentioned 4, and that includes one position, it's essentially accounting for something appropriately. There is a filled position, a filled FTE of someone who was assigned inside of that line 2010, but actually was doing front office agency management work. And so we've accounted for them in FY24 appropriately. So it's a cleanup.
Okay, give me a second. All right, I don't have any other questions for you. You'll get back to me on a couple of things.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kozart. We're going to take a brief break till 2:30, and then we'll call Department of Buildings. I'm reconvening this hearing. This is a continuation of the hearing that of the committee of the whole, which I recessed about 16 minutes ago. We are going to continue with testimony concerning the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. And we're proceeding now to the Department of Buildings. 9 individuals wish to testify before we get to the director or interim director. And so I'm going to call those folks into the, I guess we call it the witness room or panelist room, since they're all participating virtually. From the Children's Law Center, McKenna Osborne, who's Director of Special Legal Projects, Sharon Robinson Goods, who listed herself as 3601 14th Street LLC, Eleni Christidis, who's with the Legal Aid Society of DC. She's Senior Staff Attorney in Housing, Valerie Jablo, Cynthia Davis, who's listed as DC Family Child Care Association, Rosemary Martinez, who's owner of Growing Minds Together, Teresa Aspinwall, who is listed as the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association, and David Maloff. So if those folks could be let in, you'll be on a 4-minute clock, and we're going to begin with Ms. Osborne. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Children's Law Center regularly works with families who live in rental housing where code violating conditions that their landlord has failed to address are negatively impacting a child's health and well-being. These families need a housing code enforcement agency in DC that meaningfully and proactively protects the health and safety of tenants. Unfortunately, the Department of Buildings is still not fulfilling that need. To more successfully meet its mission, DOB must have enough well-trained professional housing code inspectors to conduct both complaint-based and proactive rental inspections and in-person re-inspections to confirm abatement. Children's Law Center believes that ideally, the agency should have 1 full-time rental housing inspector for every 2,000 to 3,500 rental units at DC. DOB also needs enough enforcement staff to correct the agency's chronic lack of follow-through when landlords fail to abate code violations, which has resulted in, according to DOB's dashboard as of today, nearly $74 million in uncollected fines from notices of infraction issued by DOB in FY21 and 22, and so far in FY23. Therefore, Children's Law Center was disappointed to see that the mayor's proposed FY24 budget makes cuts to these vital positions, including 11 FTEs from the Rental Housing Inspection Division and 4 FTEs from the Civil Infractions and Fine Assessment position, which is around 20% reduction in both. We thank you, Chairperson Mendelson, for voicing your concerns with these cuts already. And we hope the committee will take leadership on this issue like it did during last year's budget process and restore the funding for these positions. We also hope the committee will work with DOB on an actionable plan to fill any of the inspector positions the committee funded in FY23 that remain vacant. My written testimony goes into more detail on these and additional recommendations, including providing funding for DOB's rental housing inspectors to become certified mold assessors, which is an important step in building a more seamless, healthy housing system in DC, and passing and fully funding the Proactive Inspection Program Act of 2023 with our previously recommended changes, which would increase reinvestment in DC's housing stock. Finally, I want to acknowledge that DOB's Office of Strategic Code Enforcement has formed a working group to advise the agency on its enforcement practices. This is an encouraging step, and we thank them for inviting Children's Law Center to participate. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Sharon Robinson Goods. I believe she's not here. And Sabrina Rhodes testified at the beginning of the hearing. Eleni Christidis with Legal Aid Society.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a Ward 1 resident and supervising attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid is concerned that the mayor's proposed budget would undercut DOB's ability to enforce the housing code and protect DC residents' health and safety by eliminating personnel from its housing inspections and civil infractions and fine assessment divisions. This would be a big step backwards at a point where DOB has yet to gain its footing as a new agency and break away from the dysfunction that plagued DCRA. We are hopeful that the council will reverse the mayor's cuts and pass legislation that will directly improve DC residents' health and safety. First, the council must fund the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act. This act was enacted into law, but key portions remain unfunded. Mold is a recurring concern among tenants that come to Legal Aid for help. Its effect on health and disproportionate impact on low-income children of color should make mold abatement a paramount concern. This law, once funded, would require DOB inspectors to be certified in mold assessment and require DOB to cite landlords for mold. We urge the council to fund it in the Budget Support Act. Second, we support the passage and funding of the Proactive Inspection Program Act of 2023 and look forward to working with this committee to strengthen that bill. Equally important is funding a sufficient number of inspectors to meet the demand for complaint-based inspections and to put housing inspectors in the landlord-tenant court. This would expand the successful model of placing an inspector in the housing conditions calendar and hopefully replicate the success of having ERAP providers in landlord-tenant, which has greatly helped tenants access resources when they can mean the difference between eviction and staying housed. Having a DOB inspector will allow tenants to raise defenses to cases of non-payment of rent, seek repairs, and hopefully negotiate settlements in lieu of eviction. Lastly, we wish to reiterate our concern that DOB has over $70 million in uncollected fines on its books. We support this committee convening ongoing oversight hearings for DOB to get to the bottom of what is preventing DOB from collecting these fines. We urge the council to reverse the mayor's cut to DOB's civil fines and assessment division staff and to devote sufficient resources to the Office of Administrative Hearings, which reported a backlog of over 5,000 DCRA and DOB matters. We also think housing code violation fines should be directed to the Nuisance Abatement Fund and that DOB be required to use these funds to abate life-threatening conditions that displace tenants. In light of these enforcement and fine collection challenges, we hope the committee will also press DOB on its use of enforcement tools other than fines, such as suspending or not renewing a landlord's basic business license when they repeatedly fail to correct violations, or executing an MOU with the Rental Accommodations Division to require landlords to make repairs before allowing rent increases on rent-controlled units where there are known uncorrected housing code violations. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Christidis. Valerie Jablo.
Thank you. I am Valerie Jablo, and as a DC taxpayer, I'm here to testify about the apparently poor return on investment we taxpayers are getting for Department of Buildings DOB oversight of appropriate building use. Specifically, since summer 2022, the owners of 101 Fifth Street Northeast, an LLC based in Las Vegas, have run it as a rooming house of some sort. But since September 2022, DCRA and its successor agencies, DOB and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, DLCP, have known that the property lacks a license for a rooming house and apparently also a valid certificate of occupancy. Yet the only thing that has changed in half a year is that in September 2022, DLCP issued a notice of infraction for the lack of a rooming house license. As far as I can see from the online database Scout and emailing various personnel in the agencies, nothing has happened since. In fact, Scout has no record of multiple stop work orders that DCRA issued this owner for this property in the summer of 2021, when it was apparently gutted without permits. Right now, DLCP says there must be a valid CO for a rooming license to be issued, while DOB apparently is uncertain about the number of bedrooms. When someone suggested a CO issued under a former owner might be enough to ensure a current CO could be issued, DOB personnel gave no response to my inquiry about whether the gutting of the property without permits would disqualify the prior CO. Since January, all the windows and front door glass have been blocked such that no one can see in. I've observed people leaving the property with briefcases at the end of weekday work hours and groups of people with work attire arriving in the evening together in groups. All of that suggests that the property may also be used as an office or for meetings, which is against its tax coding as an inn. This is not the first time I have brought possible property issues to agencies charged with oversight. For instance, I have asked DOB, DLCP, and the Office of Tax and Revenue to look into several houses around my own, included in taxation for use primarily as residences that appear to be used primarily for corporate events. But DLCP only cared whether the properties were rented out for corporate functions. They aren't, because the businesses that use them thusly own them, while DOB only cared whether they were vacant. Again, no, because they are used for corporate events regularly. And the Office of Tax and Revenue appeared uninterested in possible tax fraud, with neither agency, as far as I can see, reaching out to each other or the Office of Tax and Revenue. As a DC resident, I need you to do the following to ensure we are making a wise investment in DOB. Ensure that DOB does its job and that no one can operate any hotel or inn in DC without appropriate licenses. It's a clear danger otherwise. Ensure that DOB updates Scout so it's both accurate and timely, and ensure that DOB has the ability and political will to not allow corporate entities to pretend to be actual people who occupy a house. That means working meaningfully with other agencies to protect residential properties in areas as residential, and thus to protect DC residents themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chabot. Cynthia Davis. I believe she may not be here. Rosemary Martinez. Be here. Teresa Aspinwall, I believe she's not here. David Mella.
Mr. Mendelson, good afternoon, and honorable council members. I am David Maloff. I am a 40-year resident of Ward 2 and proud of it. For the last 7 months, my wife and I have been besieged by the neighbor notification program for dangerous construction projects and by the permitting processes in general. I spoke in February about that. Mr. Mendelson, she and I put together, mostly her hand, an excellent 35-point guide to neighbor notification, of which 16 provisions were eviscerated overnight on October 1st. And there are 19 others that probably need work from the agency's perspective and from residents. I'm here today with 4 asks. The first is to immediately return to the long-settled neighbor notification program for risky and dangerous construction projects. Go back to the pre-DOB procedures before October 1st. They did not go through a rulemaking. Mayor did not submit legislation to change code, but is highly settled as agency rules that they're entitled to promulgate. Also, I think open a public agency rulemaking for changes to the construction code if that's what the agency would like. Second, conduct a full process improvement audit for Budget Department 2000, which is new construction permitting. And also, based on what I heard in the last sessions, probably also a process improvement audit for vacant and blighted property and rental housing. The OCFO's budget uses the same statement as the deputy mayor for operations and infrastructure has on her website, as Mr. Chopra, I think, paraphrases in his testimony today. And that is that DOB protects the safety of residents, businesses, and visitors, and enhances development of the built environment through permitting, inspections, and code enforcement. Any construction site usually has a sign that says safety first. And that's got to be the watchword of this agency: safety for the renters in this town, safety for people affected by blighted properties, and safety for me sitting on my sofa with my cat, getting 3 certified letters warning me that there is dangerous construction proposed next door. And to this day, after 7 months, never hearing anything back. We need a basic process improvement audit, and it's not rocket science. Any good industrial engineer could do it. Number 3, gradually bring all outsourced permit review back to the agency. We have $7 million and 60 FTEs in Department 2000 for permitting, and yet there's about 4 to 5 million there. That's a lot of money for outside reviewers. I can't even tell where these 4 firms are from that have the contracts. One's a Belgian company. I don't know where the office is. One might be in Florida. One's a DC company with no specifics, and another one, I don't know. We should be able to have our own people do this. This is not rocket science. And it's like a restaurant getting a frozen dinner in the back door and heating it in the microwave and serving it as if that's their work. We should be doing our own work in this town, and the mayor and the council members have talked about it. Finally, we should bring some fresh blood, I think, into senior management at the top of the agency. I've had deep experience here now, seeing the conduct of the permitting office and the director's office, and I think we need some additional new talent. Mr. Chopra is leaving. I'm told Mr. Whitescarver, chief, has resigned. And so sad as it may be, no one's indispensable, and I think we should bring in some brand new talent. Finally, the mayor talked this year about we need to be good on the basics. She's been saying that repeatedly. Honorable Mr. McDuffie and White, Robert White, and maybe a few other council members have said we need to concentrate on safety. That is this agency's mission. Councilmember Parker, he's got a beautiful photo on the council website. Behind him, to the best of my knowledge, is a row of about 15 party wall properties that could be endangered, just like mine was, with underpinning being proposed. And we've got to get a grip on these dangerous construction projects for residences. And again, it's not that complicated. So I stand ready to answer questions on any of the 4 items. And by the way, the mayor has talked about a DC apprenticeship program that sounds terrific to put more money and dollars back into the pockets of our residents. DOB is going to present today a DOB training academy, an architecture and emerging career pathways program. Well, let's not just talk about people in this town picking up a shovel to be employed by the economic development here. Let's have them get involved in permit reviews. It's a very good thing for our young people. They could come straight out of the UDC and learn a heck of a lot about the way in which our town grows. Thank you for your time. I stand ready to answer any detailed questions. My eyes are blurry looking at the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Chablo, the only property you cited specifically was 101 Fifth Street Northeast. Let me see if I understand this correctly. 101 Fifth Street Northeast, you say that work was done without a permit in violation. There were stop work orders, and there's been 1 fine, and that's for a lack of a rooming house license?
So the stop work orders were done in summer of 2021. And there is no record of them that I could find in Scout. And I know that they were issued then because I saw them affixed to the door. The property was boarded up by DCRA that summer. So that happened. It was not imaginary, but Scout has no record of this. And right now there's this impasse between DOB and DLCP such that it just goes on as a rooming house. There's no license. And I don't think there's a valid certificate of occupancy either. if this is the way that we do buildings here, then, when I'm done living in my house, I'll just make it a hotel.
Pablo, you're going beyond my question. So, the only fine that you know of was the lack of a license last September.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. And that went to the Office of Administrative Hearings and has been there ever since.
And it's your testimony that that property is being used today.
Right.
And it's being used as either a rooming house or as a office meeting place.
Right.
But that there's been no further enforcement action.
Right.
Now, it's not on you, but have you contacted them since last September?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It just within the last couple weeks. Yeah. I've been in touch with, in fact, Ms. Nadeau was kind enough to put me in touch, put a staffer of hers in touch with somebody at DLCP. But there's this impasse between the agencies on this issue, and it's patently ridiculous, because if people are staying in this property, and it doesn't have a CO, then it's endangering people, and it's a row house, so potentially endangering the neighboring properties as well. So this is not just me talking about this. It's potentially other properties and people.
Thank you. Ms. Christides, can you say a little bit more about these fines? So you say there's $70 million in fines?
So that figure is taken from the DOB website's public dashboard. I can't speak to, the integrity of the data per se, because I don't fully understand how it's being collected and maintained. But if one goes to the enforcement tab of the public dashboard, you can toggle on the fiscal year, the type of housing violation. So there's a housing complaint and housing proactive, and then you can see the number of uncollected fines.
And that's how you come up with 70 million.
Correct.
Thank you. Council member. Second here. Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you very much to this panel. You all have continued to be dedicated on these issues, and I'll dig into some of the questions with the director.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. You asked and answered most of my questions. I was just going to ask if Ms. McKenna Osborne from Children's Law Center could send me when you send the testimony, could you send me your testimony as well? Because I thought it was some really helpful suggestions in there.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I don't believe there are any other council members present. So thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm going to turn now to the director of the department. Director Schrapp, before you begin to give your testimony, I have to swear you in. So if you would raise your right hand, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give the committee, the whole of the Council of the District of Columbia, is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated, and you answered in the affirmative. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. I am Ernest Schrapp, Acting Director of the Department of Buildings, DOB. I am pleased to appear before you today to discuss the proposed fiscal year 24 budget for DOB. DOB is responsible for regulating construction activity in the District of Columbia by issuing the applicable building permits and overseeing plan review to ensure compliance with building codes and zoning regulations. The agency also has inspection and oversight authority for construction projects, building systems, and rental housing. In addition, DOB managers contribute to the work of the District of Columbia Construction Code Coordinating Board, CCB, and oversee green building projects and surveying. In my testimony today, I would outline what our agency plans to accomplish through the proposed allocations under the fiscal year 24 budget. My team's diligent performance and analysis over the past months proved essential in crafting the mayor's fiscal year 24 budget, which we are confident will enhance efficiencies in providing customer services to district residents and promoting safety in the built environment. On March 24, 2023, Mayor Bowser presented her fiscal year 24 budget and financial plan to the Council of the District of Columbia. The Fair Share budget reflects essential guiding values for our city, including driving DC's post-COVID comeback and downtown recovery, investing in our residents, families, neighbors, and businesses, and improving core government services and the customer experience. The budget allocates $1.35 billion investment in operations and infrastructure for fiscal year 24, which includes allocations for DOB and our cluster sister agencies. The district is focused on its comeback from the COVID-19 pandemic, and our local government continues to tackle the remaining fiscal and policy challenges DC faces, including citywide provision of affordable housing to those in need and an overabundance of vacant office building space downtown. These two specific issues also have numerous secondary economic impacts for our city, and DOB stands ready to do its part to remediate related challenges faced by our residents by leveraging the requested allocations under consideration today. The fiscal year 24 budget and financial plan will build on the fiscal year 22 recovery budget and the fiscal year 23 Fair Share budget in several critical areas within the scope of DOB operations and programming. Our total fiscal year 24 budget request is for $64.7 million and 348 full-time equivalents, which includes $43.4 million in local funds, $16.1 million in special purpose revenue funds, and $2.7 million in American Rescue Act funds. The total sum also includes $2.5 million in capital funds. The allocations under discussion today would allow DOB to continue fulfilling its core mission of protecting the public health and safety of district residents and homeowners in the built environment. Our critical priorities include regulating construction activity and building safety through plan review, permit issuance, code enforcement, and abatement. The requested resources in the fiscal year 24 budget will ensure that DOB can meet its key performance indicators, performance plan milestones, and strategic initiatives. Indeed, the fiscal year 24 DOB budget request will give our agency the tools it needs to continue delivering on ongoing fiscal year 23 initiatives. These include the enhancement of enforcement and data collection related to vacant properties, expansion of quality control and quality assurance processes to promote efficiency in our inspections operations, and coordinated communications and marketing outreach to inform district residents about current and future DOB services, educational opportunities, and agency operating procedures. DOB is also continuing to streamline the process for issuance of certificates of occupancy through automation, standing up a DOB training academy, and launching an architecture and engineering career pathway program. We will have other crucial strategic initiatives in fiscal year 24 to continue driving agency performance. In fiscal year 22, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, DCRA, our predecessor organization, met or exceeded each of its established KPIs, and in Q1 of fiscal year 23, DOB met most of its KPI targets. These include metrics such as percentage of permit applications reviewed within 2 business days, percentage of property maintenance inspections that are completed within 15 business days, and the percentage of inspections completed on the scheduled date. We anticipate similar levels of performance and service in fiscal year 24 if our requested funding levels are approved by Council. Now that I have outlined DOB's priorities for fiscal year 24 and how we will build on our success, I would like to discuss our proposed enhancements to achieve our priorities. For fiscal year 24, our agency has 2 enhancements, which I would outline in detail. The first fiscal year 24 enhancement would allocate $1.7 million for operating impact of capital IT modernization. This enhancement would include $595,000 for data warehouse, $305,000 for upgrades to the permit plan review system, and $800,000 for application program interface portal, maintenance, and support. These allocations will provide DOB with critical resources to maintain IT systems, information security, interfaces to support data sharing with sister agencies or the public for greater transparency, and digital tools for operational efficiencies. The second fiscal year 24 enhancement would invest $900,000 for nuisance abatement services and proactive inspections contracts, including $350,000 for proactive inspections and $550,000 for abatement contracts. These allocations will drive nuisance abatement and proactive inspections to ensure timely remediations with a set metric of a percentage of vacant building unit inspections completed within 30 days from receipt of a complaint submission. This will promote public safety and help return these properties to productive use, thereby making critical additions to the district's affordable housing stock. While on this subject, I'd like to briefly discuss the role and scope of DOB in enforcement and abatement. Abatement is primarily the responsibility of property owners when there are nuisances and housing code violations. DOB uses civil infractions and other tools to incentivize property owners and landlords to abate the violations, but it is ultimately their responsibility, not the agencies, to abate all violations. However, there are times when, because a property owner is unwilling or unable to abate the nuisance themselves, DOB steps in and abates the nuisance in the interest of public safety. For example, if a drunk driver were to crash into an abandoned building and flee the sea, DOB will be required to secure their property so that it would not become a public nuisance by inviting squatters or persons engaging in criminal activity. To provide some statistical context on DOB abatement activity, the agency has had nearly 6,200 cases referred for abatement between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 23 year to date, of which 5,651 required DOB action. Of these cases, DOB has confirmed 4,455 overall abatements to date. Of those confirmed abatements, 870, approximately 20%, were abated by the property owner, and 3,585, a little over 80%, were abated by DOB. Abatement activity can include tasks such as mowing grass or removing garbage from vacant properties to curbing other housing code violations such as missing smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. Moving on to DOB's capital budget projects for fiscal year 24, the first would allocate $2.5 million for IT systems modernization. These funds would allow us to add and improve systems for commercial permitting, land use management, and illegal construction. This investment would also build on last year's $2 million investment in data warehouse and replacement of the outdated Excel system. These tools would help improve DOB operations, enabling us to provide better customer service to district residents. The second capital project includes a relatively minor investment of approximately $39,000 for fleet systems replacement, building on last year's $1.7 million allocation. DOB has dozens of inspectors and inspector managers who need to be out in the field frequently to do their work, ensuring building safety. This capital project is an important priority to make sure that they have modern, safe, and reliable vehicles in order to provide services to DC residents. Moving on, I want to commend Mayor Bowser's administration for its dedication to ensuring racial equity across the district and note that DOB shares this commitment. The agency's fiscal year 24 budget request supports our ongoing and future racial equity initiatives through two overarching priorities. One, protecting the most vulnerable and underserved residents of the district, and two, maintaining a culture of excellent customer service with a focus on wards 5, 7, and 8. Some of these priorities have specific initiatives included in our fiscal year 24 budget request, and they are also interwoven throughout all of DOB's anticipated programming for the next fiscal year. I would like to now begin outlining DOB's ongoing progress in expediting and increasing the volume of inspections, which helps drive the creation of more affordable housing, particularly for district residents of color, and how this ties into budgetary resources. One of the most crucial tools that DOB can leverage on this front is enhanced and accelerated inspection resources and procedures. To dive a bit deeper on inspections, I want to highlight the significant progress that DOB has made in fiscal year 23 to date and in prior fiscal years under DCRA. In fiscal year 21, DCRA had 27 housing inspectors and conducted 7,720 complaint-based housing inspections. Comparably, in fiscal year 22, there were 38 housing inspectors, only 11 more than the prior fiscal year, but DCRA conducted 13,558 inspections, nearly double the amount. In fiscal year 23 to date, DOB has 53 housing inspectors, 15 more than fiscal year 22, and we have already conducted 7,766 inspections. DOB also currently retains 17 housing contractors and resident inspectors. These numbers dwarf the proportion of housing inspectors to housing units in other American cities. I should note that DOB has adhered to timelines for completing various types of inspections, from housing to vacant property to construction and illegal construction, which can be viewed on the agency's dashboard. When DOB receives a housing complaint, the landlord is given notice, and then an inspector is sent out within 15 business days as standard policy, unless it is an emergency, which is inspected same day or next day. If a violation is found and documented, a notice of infraction is issued and the property owner is given 24 hours to abate with an automatic reinspection in about 7 days. For non-emergency cases where violations are found, a notice of infraction is issued and the property owner has 60 days to correct the issue. In other jurisdictions such as Des Moines, Iowa, Rochester, and Syracuse, New York, the timeline for initial inspection is unclear or is wholly dependent on the availability of inspectors. These are signs of progress in terms of how our agency has leveraged procedural and software tools to maximize outputs on inspections and abatements, even while we have not been able to fill new inspector positions created by the council in previous budget cycles because of continuing labor market challenges, which include recruiting candidates with the appropriate talent and certifications. To provide some context on these goals, in the context of racial equity, the highest number of vacant properties and lots are in Ward 5 with 748 and Ward 7 with 716 as of December 2022. Vacant and blighted properties pose a nuisance and are a health and safety risk to DC residents and have a disproportionate impact on people of color. However, vacant properties also present an opportunity to return these properties to productive use by creating more affordable housing and more vibrant communities. One of our critical initiatives of fiscal year 23 and into fiscal year 24 is the utilization of new digital programming to bring the worst District of Columbia landlords into compliance in order to ensure safety for our residents and use of novel tools to create a new affordable housing stock. We are proud of the tools we have added to drive inspection timelines and efficiencies, and we will continue to improve in fiscal year 24. In recent years, council members and housing advocates have pushed through fiscal year budget and performance oversight cycles for more code inspectors to ensure abatement and public safety for hazardous, vacant, and otherwise neglected housing units and construction projects. While the total number of inspectors is an important component in achieving DOB's mission to push negligent and absentee landlords and developers towards abatement, it does not tell the whole story. And DOB believes that this metric is not a silver bullet solution to enforcement. The IT and software platforms that DOB has adopted in recent years are already delivering significant improved outcomes, which will be further enhanced through the mayor's fiscal year 24 budget request with council's approval. These tools would ensure or help ensure more code compliant residential and commercial buildings and prove vital in overseeing the district approximately 178,022 rental units based on active business licenses. What is important for council and members of the public to understand is that inspections and related enforcement exist within a broad ecosystem of manpower, IT tools, and strategic prioritization approaches, which also involve cooperation with sister district government agencies. While the council has provided us with additional inspector FTE positions in recent fiscal years, which is helpful, we have also been very busy tightening agency procedures through new programming and digital platforms. The utilization of technology supports the agency's objective of modernizing and streamlining its land use management, plan review, and other systems to increase efficiency and provide a better customer experience. This important work will continue with the resources allocated under the fiscal year 24 budget. To provide one example of software improvement, I will touch on an item that I briefly discussed during the fiscal year 22 performance oversight hearing testimony a few weeks ago. Namely, DOB is in the final stages of bringing online a new system for managing the district vacant and blighted housing stock. Among other vital upgrades, this new platform will provide automatic notifications and updates between DOB and the DC Office of Tax and Revenue, OTR, to ensure that vacant and blighted properties are taxed at the legally mandated rates and absentee landlords are held accountable for their negligent property management. This new software approach would allow us to utilize every resource at our disposal to ensure that the impacted properties are brought back to productive use in a timely manner, which is one of the DOB's current KPIs adopted in response to council recommendations. Indeed, this is not just good governance initiative to hold bad actors accountable and to clamp down on public nuisances. It is, in fact, very much focused on Mayor Bowser's goal of creating 36,000 new units by 2025, including 12,000 affordable units. While the mayor's executive team is using numerous incentives to promote construction of as many new affordable units as possible, including through the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development Initiatives, there's also much DOB can accomplish to this end through enforcement by targeting inspections on the worst actors. Earlier in my testimony, I briefly mentioned how DOB is doing its part to address continuing property challenges related to the pandemic, namely that we have a high vacancy rate of office space in our city center because in many cases, employees of private sector and federal government entities continue to work remotely. The situation poses both challenges and opportunities. The challenges largely stem from the fact that due to the dearth of office workers in this part of the city, local businesses have suffered, and DC does not have as robust local revenues as it did before because of these vacancies. However, the situation also provides us with valuable opportunities to reimagine these properties as a source of housing in a part of the city that has not traditionally contributed to a share of affordable housing stock in the district. DOB envisions utilizing robust digital tools to allow enhanced and expedited services for district residents in a built environment, which will help speed up the conversion of office space to affordable housing. This involves utilizing artificial intelligence technology that automates the permitting process and maintaining marketplaces that connect inspectors with property owners. As new initiatives continue to be proposed to convert office space to residential and reimagine downtown by Mayor Bowser and members of the DC Council, including the fiscal year 24 budget proposal, 41 million housing in downtown abatement, we will continue to liaise with our district government partners to ensure that DOB is committing every available resource to achieving these objectives. As I conclude my testimony today, I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser and the council for investing in the resources our agency requires to protect district residents and supervise the built environment in our city. Through our performance plans, strategic initiatives, KPIs, racial equity priorities, and other projects launched over the past few fiscal years, DOB has achieved operational efficiencies and service enhancements for DC residents. And I'm confident the fiscal year 24 budget request under consideration today would allow us to continue to build on our recent accomplishments. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Sharpa. So I have a few questions, but I'm going to start with testimony that we've already heard. So Ms. Jablo testified about this property at 101 Fifth Street Northeast. She says that the stop work orders are not reported in Scout.
I'll have to check on that. I have no idea what that resident is talking about.
Okay, would you get back to us on that?
Absolutely.
So that's item 1, you'll get back to us on why they're not in Scout. The Department of Buildings issues certificates of occupancy, correct?
That's correct.
So Ms. Jablo believes that there's no certificate of occupancy for this property, even though it appears to be operating as a rooming house or as a, I'll say office, something like an office. Since this property was brought to your attention last year, why has the department not followed through with regard to enforcement of the need for a certificate of occupancy?
I don't actually buy the premise that this property was brought to our attention for the purpose of CFO. I would welcome the opportunity to look into what exactly the constituent is talking about and respond accordingly, because way too often people come to these hearings and make claims as if they are facts. And I think in the interest of collaboration and getting to root cause issues, it will be worthwhile for me and my team to look into it and provide an official response, assuming she's not been given an official response that she's not happy with.
Well, I asked her if she had reached out to the department recently, and she said yes. And in her testimony, she says, when someone suggested a certificate of occupancy issued under a former owner might be enough to ensure a current certificate of occupancy could be issued, Department of Building personnel gave no response to my inquiry about whether the gutting of the property without permits would disqualify the prior certificate of occupancy. So that says to me that she's talked to Department of Building personnel.
All right.
So you will get back to me on the stop work orders not being in Scout and why the department, either why the department hasn't followed up with regard to the certificate of occupancy, or what is the status that this property appears to be used without a certificate of occupancy.
No problem at all.
The Legal Aid Society testified about a number of things, but one thing that caught my eye, because I haven't asked you about this in a few hearings, in her statement, she says Department of Buildings has yet to collect over $70.5 million in fines from notices of infraction issued for complaint-based and proactive housing inspections from FY 2019 to FY 2022. I haven't pressed you on this for a long time, maybe too long. Enforcement doesn't mean anything if there isn't follow-up. So assure me, how can you assure me that there is follow-up with regard to the Department of Buildings if there's over $70 million in fines that are uncollected?
I can assure you with a high degree of confidence that there is follow-up and consistent follow-up. That being said, it is not unusual for members of the public, or in this particular case, Children Law Center, to be confused about our role when it comes to the collection of fines. First, that 74 million number that is cited has not been verified. I'll work on an opportunity to look into it, because if you look at the dashboard we have, the landlord violations table, there is, I believe, 20.6 million in fine. So there's a big discrepancy between what she's talking about and what the facts really turn out to be. The city's collection agency is called CCU, Central Collections Unit, within the Office of Tax Revenue.
Well, there's also the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Thank you, Chairman. Several agencies play a role. We have taken efforts to make it easier for money owed to the city to be collected, but that doesn't mean we are fully responsible for the collection of our fines. So for example, if today the Office of Administrative Hearings issues a final order that says ABC LLC has a default judgment for the amount of $10,000, we have to wait about 180 days before we can even initiate any remote or any collection activity, because the final order can be appealed and we have to wait for all appeals to be exhausted. The fact that we are publishing this information and making it available on your website does not mean we are responsible for the collection. But what we do is we require people to provide a certificate of clean hands to indicate that they don't owe the city when they are applying for a permit, and when we used to be DCRA, a license. So I share this to say it is worth looking into the 74 million that is being floated out there, figure out what is the total amount that is actually outstanding that has been fully adjudicated, and the period for appeal has been exhausted. And whether those fines has been sent over to the Central Collection Unit.
Mr. Trumpa, I find that answer unsatisfactory. And the reason why I find it unsatisfactory is because I don't think the obligation is on the Department of Buildings to collect the fines when the fines may be levied through appeal by the Office of Administrative Hearings or by the Central Collection Unit. But I do think Department of Buildings is responsible for ensuring that the fines are collected. That is, following up with those other agencies, keeping better track of these fines. The enforcement system, the fine system, is meaningless if the finer, that would be you, is not pressing it, is not tracking it, is not doing everything to make sure that these fines are being paid quickly. And I'm not hearing that here in your answer. So just saying, I don't mean to go beyond that, but I'm not sure what more we'll accomplish here. But it's just no good to fine somebody if the fine's not paid, and to say, well, that's on OAH or on CCU. Isn't the right follow through. The Children's Law Center testified there ought to be one inspector for every 2,000 to 3,500 rental units in line with comparable jurisdictions. Why is it okay for us to have less?
The number of inspectors is just one factor in a combination, or in one factor considering other factors that are important to achieve compliance. I am not suggesting that having less inspectors is the solution. No. The position I'm taking is that if you look at the number of inspectors we have and the number of rental housing units, we have good numbers. Let's take, for example, Arlington, which is smaller, but close to us in terms of like an urban environment. Arlington has, I understand, 28,368 rental units, and they have 6 inspectors. So that's a ratio of 1 inspector to 4,728 housing units. Baltimore City has 131,000 rental units and 11 certified property maintenance inspectors. That's a ratio of 1 to 11,909. The District of Columbia has approximately 178,000 rental housing units. With 46 housing inspectors, that brings our ratio to 1 to 3,870. So we are not in bad shape. And if you consider the fact that inspectors are one component in ensuring compliance and abatement, you can focus on other components to drive abatement. One, our landlords, do they have enough, or do they have the ability to get loans to fix broken rental units or issues around our housing? Are there enough support staff to process civil infractions? Are there enough attorneys to litigate those cases? Is the court system, OAH, do they have enough capacity to handle the volume of work? So way too often, the conversation is about adding inspectors, adding inspectors, adding inspectors. I've not seen that many people stand up to say, the inspectors are not at a grocery store where you can go and just grab them. They have to be certified. There's a general shortage of staff. And that is why we at the Department of Building are investing in training to help you become certified inspectors. So I think we are on the right path.
According to the budget book, there are 50. There will be, the budget is for 50 in the rental housing inspections division. You just said 46. Of the 46, I assume that's 46 out of 50. How many of these folks are in supervisors as opposed to inspectors?
I'm talking about boots on the ground. The number of supervisors to housing inspectors, I'll get you that in a second. Currently, we have 6 supervisors.
And then what about support staff?
Support staff,
like administrative staff.
yeah, that varies. I don't have the exact number of support staff in front of me, but we have program support specialists in the various business units. And for example, by support staff, think broadly like those who even support our dispatch system. The dispatch system is what ensures that when a tenant goes to our website or calls us to file a complaint, we can assign an inspector to that particular area.
So help me here. The rental housing inspections division in the budget book has right now 61 FTEs for fiscal year 23. The mayor's proposed budget would eliminate 11. My understanding is those 11 are unfilled. They're vacant positions, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that presumably you have 50 filled positions right now. You have 46 inspectors, 6 supervisors, and some number of support staff. That exceeds the number 50.
Because we also have a pool of 17 contractors or resident inspectors that support our overall housing needs. So if you add the contractors or resident inspectors to the FTEs, you begin to have a robust pool of people.
No, that wasn't my question. I appreciate the information. According to the budget book, you have 61 FTEs in the current year budget. According to you, 11 of those positions are vacant. That leaves you with 50. You've told me that you have 46 inspectors plus 6 supervisors. That equals
You are referring to the
52.
23 budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll start again. You've got 61 FTEs, 11 are vacant. That means you have 50. You have 46 inspectors. That leaves 4. You have 6 supervisors. Now we have a negative number of 2. Plus you have some number of support staff. Those numbers aren't adding up.
Yes, and it's for good reason, Chairman. That is a snapshot in time. In preparation for the hearing, we submitted a Schedule A that has the various positions as of March 24th. As of March 24th, we've onboarded several inspectors, and these inspectors don't readily show up in the Schedule A. So that's why the numbers are just not going to match based on snapshot in time.
So then are these 11 positions being cut vacant? If you just hired some people?
The total number of positions that we are cutting on the local is we are cutting 15 out of 21 positions in local, and those are inspector positions. You look at the table 4 of the budget chapter.
Table 4, of course, doesn't break it down by funding source.
Yes, it doesn't. And that's sort of like the complexity of the budget. We look at it sometimes from funding source, and we look at it sometimes also from a pure body count.
Well, we're looking at table 4 right now.
Yes, if you look at table 4, if you look at the Rental Housing Inspections Division, you will see 11.
Yeah.
So from a table 4 perspective, we are cutting 11 from the rental housing inspection program. Those 11 positions are not occupied currently by people.
Okay. So that gets you to 50.
Sorry?
That gets you to 50. That gets you to 50.
Yes.
51 minus 11 equals 50.
Yes.
Okay, but you said you just hired some inspectors.
Yes. And the inspectors that we hire, we put them in positions. One of the strategies we have as an organization is to fill positions based off need. So in scenarios where we keep recruiting people.
Help me with the math here.
In the budget chapter, it says 61. We are cutting 11. That gives us 50 for
Okay.
fiscal year 24.
And you just hired a couple of people.
That's for fiscal year 23. This
Yeah.
is for fiscal year 24.
Yeah, so the 11 positions are not all vacant.
I'm not following. When you say the 11 positions are not all vacant.
This is purely a mathematical question. You have 61 FTEs. You testified 11 being cut are vacant positions. That equals 50.
Yes.
I'm assuming the 50 are filled.
Most times, yes, based off the Schedule A, boots on the ground will be slightly different.
Are the 50 positions filled or not?
I'll tell you the number in a second.
Well, actually, my question wasn't so much about the 50.
The 50 includes vacant positions.
Yes, sir.
The 50 includes vacant positions.
Okay, so the two you just hired are part of the 50. Okay, let's go back to my initial question. You said you have 46 inspectors plus 6 supervisors, that equals 52, plus support staff of some number, which means more than 52. But there are only 50 positions.
Support staff are not always going to be in the rental inspections.
Are any of them in the rental inspection division?
There are program support specialists in the rental inspection division. I can look.
Okay, so the numbers don't add up here.
And Chairman, it wouldn't.
46 plus 6 plus 2 support staff equals 54.
I'm not exactly sure that.
I don't know how many inspectors you got because these numbers don't add up.
Because the number of inspector positions versus boots on the ground will always differ.
Your testimony was that there are 46 inspectors. I assume those are living, breathing people.
No, those are inspector positions. Not
Are there
boots
people in
on the
them?
ground. You're talking about,
Well, you said you have 46 inspectors right now and that your ratio is okay. But if they're vacant, then you don't have 46 inspectors. So then that testimony wasn't helpful.
it is, if you look at the context of the numbers, the ratio is based off full-time equivalents plus contractors. So because those are inspection assets.
So the 46 was not all FTEs, it was contract? How many people are available to inspect rental housing units today?
Today, we have 29 line inspectors available to inspect. We have 6 supervisors and we have 17 contractors.
Okay, so for my purposes, when I'm figuring out ratio, I would take 29 and divide that into 177,000 units. And that would be my answer, which is a lot different than the answer you gave.
I understand that. I'm advocating for a different way of calculating the ratio, because whether it is a contractor who has full certification just as an FTE, they can still perform rental housing inspections, and we use those people. If you add the 27 boots on the ground line inspectors, plus the 6 supervisors who also do inspections and quality assurance, plus the 17 contractors, you get 42 inspection assets. And when you divide the 42 by 178,000, I'll pull out a calculator here. That gives you 4238. Yes, 4238.
All right, I'm over my time. Councilmember Lewis George.
You, Chairman. It was a very valuable algebra session that just happened there. Director, I'm going to get started. Thank you to you and our other witnesses today. I want to start with nuisance abatement. I want to confirm that we're understanding the nuisance abatement budget. It looks like the fiscal year 23 budget included 900,000 one-time funds for nuisance abatement. And because these funds were one-time, they were removed from the baseline budget for fiscal year 24. And so the proposed fiscal year 24 budget includes something that is labeled as an enhancement to restore 900,000 in one-time funds for nuisance abatement. Despite the label, it seems this will continue existing activities rather than expanding on what DOB is currently doing. Do I have that correct?
The 900,000 that we got from Mayor Bowser ensure we have rebate needs an enhancement, because and it is considered an.
Okay, so that means that is 900,000, and that is sort of enough to continue the existing activities.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, what is the significance of the cut of 2 FTEs from the vacant and blighted property division? If these positions were funded and filled, would we have more people inspecting?
Neither. Those are program support specialists.
Okay.
They don't do inspections. They don't go out in the field. They don't do abatements. They support the program.
Okay, so what is the cut of the 2 FTEs from the vacant and blighted property division? That means those are all just administrative then?
That's correct, the administrative staff.
I know during the oversight hearing, we talked about 14th and Spring Road at length about, me talking about the continuous public safety issues we have there. The mayor actually did a walk. I'm not sure if you were there or somebody from their staff was there, but he walked and apparently visited 14th and Spring. And in response told the ANC commissioners that they would actually abate this property in summer, in this upcoming summer. And we had talked previously during the oversight hearing, and I had said, can you all put a gate up around this location because of the constant public safety and drug needles and things of that. And you had indicated that we didn't have funding in the nuisance abatement budget to into consideration that. So my question is, I guess, after the March 8th walk that the mayor did and vowing now to the ANC commissioners that there would be some type of abatement now at 14th and Spring Road following her walk through and seeing it herself, is that 900,000 in abatement enough to do the work that's necessary at the Caroline's restaurant at 14th and Spring Road?
First, I'm incredibly grateful for the mayor's leadership in bringing people together doing that community work. I was there, I participated, and was
Okay.
with our community members. I'd seen the location myself in the past, and I saw it on that community work as well.
Okay.
Yeah, various kinds of abatement that we do. So when we use the word abatement, I want to use this opportunity to explain what that entails.
No, I know what abatement is. I'm just asking it, because I don't need you to explain it. I know what it looks like. I asked it to match on Kennedy Street. I asked it to match what happened on Kennedy Street to 14th and Spring Road. And in the oversight hearing, you previously said that, you know, we didn't have enough funding within nuisance abatement budget to do that. And so now, since the mayor has now been there and vowed to make this change, I guess I'm wondering what, it's already been abated, you know, with the boarding up. So that we're obviously not talking about that. We're talking about the surrounding structure, and you're listed. I have the follow-up email. DOB is listed as a community partner who's going to respond on behalf of the mayor there. So I just want to know if the budget, that the 900,000 enhancement that we have listed here is, and since it's the same as last year's, is it enough to make that happen? Are the commissioners gonna see a real an abatement that includes the requested gate to go around it, gonna be a part of that?
We've obtained estimates, and I understand it's around $20,000 to fence a property, which what you would see right after the fence go up is somebody goes and destroys the fence. So the way we prioritize abatement is to look at urgencies or things where there are like housing code violations, for example, smoke detectors. So the 900,000 that you are talking about is for fiscal year 24. The commitment that we made was to continue abating the property.
That's right.
Commit to building like a fence around a private property, which will be taken down shortly by a private property owner. So that's
well, that property owner hasn't done anything with it, and I don't know if.
But that is going to continue. I mean, Councilmember Louis George.
Well, the mayor made a commitment to the commissioners in our community. I'm just asking, is the commitment going to actually be executed?
And you can understand the broader picture. You want a fence to be put around a particular building that is going to cost $20,000. As I sit here today, early to commit $20,000 to just one property. We said we'll take another look at it over the summer, because by then we can have a better sense of how much more money we can spend towards the end of the fiscal year and see if it makes sense to plug $20,000 for just one property.
The issue is not just and it's not it's the ANC commissioners in the community. The issue is that there are drug deals, drug injections taking place, and a number of needles that needs to be picked up in the area. There are instances of gun violence. Shootings have occurred in that particular space. So, I mean, it's up to you to decide what is urgent and what it isn't urgent. And that property owner hasn't done anything for that property for a number of years. So the idea that they're going to come and say, oh, you put a gate up there, when everyone, including the main street of that place, have been saying these issues. So I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying that you all were out there during the Petworth Walk. You were there with our community members and our commissioners, and you said you were going to fix it. And I'm just asking, because previously you said you couldn't, whether you have enough money in the budget to make that happen. And if this is, and in the new budget, or do we have enough to ensure nobody else has to sort of deal with this long 2-year wait time to abate a property that's a public safety and public health issue?
The 900,000 is for fiscal year 24.
I understand that.
Existing resources during the summer will be re-examined to see what else we can do, because generally the volume of abatement request year to year exceeds the pockets of the district government.
Perfect. So that's the point I'm trying to get at. Right.
All nuisances that people want. So you have to prioritize life safety, urgent, and you have to work with district government agencies who can support abatement. Our partners at DPW.
We agree there. So is the $900,000 again this year in enhancement the same? Is if you're saying you only can do a few per year, then I'm suggesting that maybe that funding needs to be, you need more funding in that area so that life and safety, like 14th and Spring Road, can be done earlier, and it doesn't take sort of the mayor having to come out there for it to get done.
I disagree. I really think we have
So
to.
you think we have enough fund? You think there's enough funding there? You can just say, I think there's enough funding for vacant and blighted property abatement to be addressed, which is, I think what you're saying is the case.
That generates these demands for abatement and reduce the influx so that we have a sustainable solution. That is why we are looking at creative programs to incentivize property owners, work with private sector partners to support abatement, rather than everybody running to the government for the government to fix all problems. That culture has to change.
I don't disagree with you. I'm speaking of real life and safety risk when I'm speaking of a location. It's not every place that we ask, but when we have real life and safety issues, which, you know, then I think we have to address it in that way. So I don't think we're disagreeing. I'm just asking you, based on what I've experienced with this property particularly, and the community members as well, you know, if the $900,000 enhancement is truly enough when we have some instances of life and safety like 14th and Spring that have gone unaddressed for 2 years. And now I'm a little worried because my commissioners are expecting, based on the promise that was made to them, that this was going to be dealt with in this summer from DOB. And now it sounds like that's your answer is that's not the case anymore.
No, I didn't say that. What I said, we address it in the summer. The 900,000 that we're talking about here is for fiscal year 24.
And you keep saying, and I understand that. That's why I'm giving you an example of this instance where we've waited 2 years to ask in the future fiscal year, is that going to be enough to deal with vacant and private properties that are life and safety risks similar to the one I'm addressing right now? That's it. That's the question. I'm going to go to vacant properties. In your letter dated March 24, following up on issues discussed at the oversight hearing, you noted actions that DOB has taken to address 2 specific vacant properties. With respect to 3700 14th Street Northwest, you report that the property was first designated as vacant on October 20th, 2014. So 9 years ago. At the last hearing, I said it was 10 years and I thought I was exaggerating. So I should have just said it's been vacant forever. There's also some information here about some very small fines and very large tax bills. The owner last made a partial payment of $240,000 in December 2021, and today the owner owes over $137,000 as well. At 1400 Hamilton is a similar story. The property was first designated as vacant in 2019. As recently as December, the owner made a partial payment of $220,000, but another $45,000 is still owed. More important than the tax and fines is the fact that properties remain vacant and blighted. And that's why the neighbors know that the government hasn't done its job here. I understand that DCRA, DOB designated the properties as class 4. So I admit this may need to be addressed legislatively, but my question for you is, what do you think the government should be doing to activate persistent vacant properties and put them to productive use, so we don't have a property that's been designated vacant in 2014 still being vacant in the year 2023?
As far as what the government should do, I would start by doubling down on what the government does so that it makes sense on what extra step the government should do. Their classification is on one step. Responding to numerous constituent inquiries is another step. Another area that I think is really important for the city to look at is making financing or making like incentives available for people to convert these properties at their own cost, but at a lower cost of capital.
Okay.
Because ultimately, it would require private sector participation to turn around vacant properties. The government cannot go just fixing every vacant property. It just doesn't make sense. It's never going to work. It's never worked anywhere. This is not the Soviet Union. So with that being said, ideas around creating financial incentives, ideas around attracting investments, such as the vacant to visual program that we've launched that brings property owners, artists, and community members together, would help return properties to productive use. Each year, we see that over 300 properties are brought to productive use, and that is a step in the right direction. But again, it comes down to availability of financing, availability of property owners to get loans so that they can help accelerate the return of these properties to productive use.
Okay. And as far as, do you find that the taxes and fines, given we have so many properties that are sitting for so long, are actually a deterrent?
Yes, the fines and the taxes and the tax sale all help in bringing properties to productive use. There are various tools. So no one single tool in itself can turn around properties. It's a collection of tools that can help turn properties into productive use. So I would encourage dialogue, even with negligent property owners, to understand some of their challenges. Some are absentee, some don't actually live in the city or within our community. So the externalities associated with a vacant property, they don't really feel it, and we also have to understand why they may be disconnected from their properties, and that dialogue and removing that element associated with, is the government versus a private owner, is going to help in creating a cohesive environment where property owners can say, hey, I heard this property as an example. I'm on limited income and I can't really turn it around, but I'm concerned about working with investors because I feel like they may take my property away. So we can bring people together. We can build better communities by putting the issues on the table, embracing creative ideas, alternative ideas to turn these properties around. So that's what I would suggest.
Okay, I appreciate that. And do you find that when a property gets to the tax sale, how often is it once it's listed for tax sale? How often do these owners cure their, then after once it's listed on tax sale, sort of just cure the cost that they owe?
I've not done analysis. Our partners at OTR may be better equipped since they're tax sale. What I do know is that even when a property is sold to tax sale today, there's a window of time where the owner can reclaim that property by paying some of the amounts owed. So it's a long and a complicated process.
Gotcha.
That would require analysis to see the effectiveness of tax sales in properties being returned to productive uses.
Okay, I got you. I appreciate that information. I want to talk about defective condos. We talked quite a bit at the oversight hearing about the problem of condominium buildings that have serious defects following construction or renovations that were approved by a third-party inspector. In your letter specifically discussing the building at 5128 2nd Street Northwest, DCRA sent the third-party inspection company a warning letter in May 2021 for failing to identify code deficiencies, many of which are very serious. And then in June 2022, the inspection company was put on 12 months probation. So I have several questions here. First, your letter doesn't explain why there was such a long lapse of time between those two disciplinary actions. Were both actions related to this specific property, or was this third-party inspector involved in other failures to comply with building code?
I don't know the extent of that particular inspector's involvement in other issues. What I know is the issue around 5128 2nd Street. That was the property of focus, and that is where we channel our energy. So there are tools we have today that we did not have several years ago that allows us to strengthen oversight. So for example, now we have a way of putting a company on probation, and when we find pattern of violations based on a specific inspector and the company doesn't address it, through the marketplace we've built to connect inspectors and consumers, we remove or take that inspector out of service. That tool did not exist several years ago. So our oversight ability has been strengthened by the investments we've made in the marketplace, or treasures, as most people know the product to be. We also have the ability to spot patterns based off inspection activity and site inspections that we do. We have also made an investment in quality assurance and quality control by bringing on external bodies to help examine the quality of inspection reports and to suggest modes for improvement. We are also having conversations with third-party inspection agencies and the International Council about some of the accreditation programs that can be made available to inspection agency and their inspectors to improve the overall quality of our inspections that are done.
I want to interrupt for a second.
Yeah, I want to.
If
Oh, go
you're
ahead.
tracking properties based on common ownership, a lot of these vacant properties and the development of properties are by LLCs, and so they will have different ownerships. That doesn't seem to work.
Which part, Chairman? The tracking of owners?
Where there are multiple properties that are vacant by a property owner, I heard you say that.
Oh, that was in reference to an inspection.
But these properties, if they're investor, they're by individual LLCs. So it would be 5201 LLC and 6302 LLC.
Yes, there are different owners or LLC structures. It is a labor-intensive effort to unmask the beneficial owner structure and create maps. So that is something that our staff do, especially when they are making referrals to the Office of Attorney General, or they are assessing the strength of a case and identifying patterns. So if Joe Schmo has a 40% stake in JS LLC, and Joe Schmo also owns another stake in another property, once we identify the beneficial owners, we can create patterns, but that just takes time. That's an investigative practice. So I don't want to suggest that this is like fully automated. You can push a button and identify those trends, but we have staff who know how to do these things. And that's some of the, that's one reason we've been able to bring companies who are involved in even like, building collapse and their contractors accountable, but it just takes time.
Okay, I'm going to finish up, Chairman, sorry. I want to follow up on this 5128 2nd Street Northwest, for example. The warning letter and probation period seem very light responses to a serious misconduct on the part of the third-party inspector. Like a 12-month probation is very light. The third-party inspection, program places an enormous amount of trust in these companies. And frankly, there is a risk that the inspector will be bribed or otherwise compromised by builders who want to cut corners and arguably even defraud unsuspecting buyers. So a letter and probation just seem inadequate. What tougher penalties are available here? And why didn't DOB use tougher penalties in this particular case?
Building safety and holding actors accountable is a priority for DOB. And we have a record of doing that most of the time. With respect to the property that you are talking about, I want to be sure we are talking about the same property.
5128 2nd Street Northwest.
Yes, for that property, we followed the established procedure and tools available. Just like progressive discipline, there are steps involved in taking disciplinary actions. So the first step was probation. And during the probationary period, inspectors and inspection companies become subject to greater oversight. And that is something that we are going to continue to do. However, if what I'm hearing from you is that there should be stiffer penalties,
correct,
that's something that we can consider, but we always have to make sure that we are following due process and the repercussions.
Yeah.
Our actions are clear upfront. And that is one of the reasons that we are also updating the third-party inspection agency manual to reflect the tools we have now and how we are accountable, which we didn't have several years ago. We are one of the few jurisdictions in the world, and I want people to understand this, that has the capability to take an inspector out of service based on patterns of violations. And they just cannot take service requests. In the old days, you can tell an inspector he's suspended, yes, and it wouldn't make that much of a difference because you cannot stop people from giving that inspector work. With our Treasurer's platform, the inspector cannot get work. A building owner cannot assign work. A developer cannot assign work. So we have robust systems in place now compared to decades ago, but we'll always entertain and welcome conversations about how to improve oversight and steps that we can take to hold people accountable to protect our residents and building owners.
Okay, can you send the committee sort of what that progressive structure, penalty structure looks like?
Yes, we have it on our website. After this, I'll have a member of my team put together a report on sort of like the new structure.
It just seems like in this instance, like a letter and a 12-month inspection, given how egregious the actions were, is just not is not adequate in this instance. But I know I'm over time, so Chairman, I will give it back to you.
Director Sharpa, provide us with a copy of that when you send it to Councilmember Lewis George.
You got it, Chairman.
So let me ask you, Mr. Sharpa, looking at table four, property management's being cut by $2 million. What's that about? Line 1030 under administrative services.
All right. I want to look at a specific so that I can speak to it. Yes, property management, property maintenance, that is the decreased cost for facility expansion and cubicles reconfiguration as part of the DCRA split and setting up DOB. We received an infusion of funds around real estate, office space, cubicles, furniture, and we've done a lot of the work. So compared to fiscal year 23, if you compare 24 to 23, we don't have the same level of need as we had in the prior fiscal year. So that explains the property management.
So that's entirely the cut is to what I'm going to call build out of your office space.
Yes, 1.8 for the build out. There's also 131,000 for decreased postage and document storage. There's also
that would not be property management, would it?
As far as like the activity 1030.
1030.
Yeah, and the funding associated with that. That's the breakdown.
For line 1030, it's 1.8 million for build out and postage?
No. 1.8 million for build out.
Okay. The reduction is 2 million.
Yes, and to get to the 2 million, there is 131,000 for decreased postage and document storage. There is 50,000 for decreasing supplies. And then there is a plus of 39,905 for increase in PS for COLA and other PS adjustments. So
but those would not be in line 1030.
I can have the AFO speak to that.
Why would the COLA increase be in property management? Wouldn't that be under, let's say, personnel or?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Neil Bode, the agency physical officer. The COLA is related to the 6 FTEs that are in this activity, 1030. So there is 39,905 for those 6 FTEs.
All right, I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Trappa, the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement. You're reducing that by 4 FTEs. So that's the office that tracks fines and collection of fines. Why is that such a smart thing to do?
We are in an environment where we had to take a hard look at expenses. Everybody is taking a cut. So we considered the service levels we have and investments that we've made now that would reduce the need on labor. As a result, we can absorb the -4 FTE reduction within the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement because there are activities that can and will be automated.
Are these positions filled now?
I would have to look at the specific cuts. I don't believe they are filled.
Okay. There's a one-time enhancement. So I'm looking at table 5. There's a one-time enhancement of nuisance to support nuisance abatement. What's that about?
That is the 900,000 investment that was a one-time enhancement last year, and it wasn't part of our mark, but then we were able to get that $900,000 back. That will go towards proactive inspections and funding of abatement contracts.
I'm writing this down, proactive inspections.
And abatement contracts.
There's also on that table a reduction of $86,000, which really isn't that much money. It caught my eye because it says reduction of MOU with OFT for cashier services. I'm assuming OFT is part of the OCFO. Why are you reducing cashier services?
We look at spend and projected spend. With respect to cashiering services, we've made investments in online payments and also digitization. So that is why we are not going to need as much of their service as we had this fiscal year.
And a couple lines down, again, this isn't a lot of money. It's $165,000, but it says reduce to recognize savings in postage and community outreach. So you don't need to do community outreach?
We will always do community outreach. The volume of community outreach this fiscal year was higher than previously because of the standing up of DOB and our grassroots efforts and reaching out to educate members of the public, business owners and residents about what the DOB stands for, how to access services, and how we can be helpful. Looking ahead to fiscal year 24, we will still do community outreach, but the level of investment is not necessarily going to be the same. That is not to suggest that the intensity of our efforts would go down. It's really about efficiencies that we will be harvesting to support broader community outreach activities.
You had enhancement requests as part of the budget process. Can we have copies of those enhancement requests?
The city administrator coordinates and handles all those enhancement requests.
So you're saying if I want copies, I have to ask the city administrator?
The city administrator is the point of contact.
Mr. Trappa, there are 22 inspector positions being eliminated. They're vacant. My understanding is you've had difficulty hiring inspectors. Can you tell me why you've had difficulty hiring inspectors?
We've had success in hiring inspectors. We've had difficulty in filling all vacant positions. And just like other jurisdictions, there is the need for certified inspectors. We have high standards. Our inspectors have to be certified in property maintenance or construction or any discipline that we hire them for. So when we look at attraction, human capital attraction efforts, there are a few things that we've noticed. One is that people who are applying are not qualified at the level that we need for our positions. Because of that, we are making investment in training people to become qualified inspectors to help shore up the challenge that every jurisdiction is having. We are also compensating for the lack of qualified inspectors by making investments in automation and technologies that can spot issues.
That's not my question. My question is, why are you having difficulty hiring inspectors?
They are not qualified.
What are you doing about it?
I got you. There are not qualified inspectors out there. So rather than keep waiting for qualified inspectors to show up, I was providing context and on steps we are taking to address the fact that there are not qualified inspectors out there.
Sure, but I don't recall this being a problem in the past with unable to hire inspectors.
The market has changed dramatically after COVID, Chairman. Labor shortage is very real. And every industry is grappling with that. So to deal with the new reality of lack of skilled labor, particularly inspectors, we have nice pay for our inspectors, but you have to be certified. Just like for housing code, we have housing code 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 3 housing code inspector can make $110,000 easily, but you have to have their certification. So it is not a function of pay in our circumstance. It is really about the shortage of skilled labor. People are not going to college to become building inspectors. That's just not what they are doing. The current crop of inspectors nationwide, we've seen aging, so some are retiring as well. There is also a shift in how people work. Some people don't want to do full-time jobs anymore and deal with the demand. They would rather do fractional employment or part-time or on demand. So that is the nature of the labor market that we are dealing with. And rather than wait for the unicorn inspector, we are taking steps to ensure that we have enough bodies to keep up with the work and again, leverage technologies to do the work. So for example, somebody can take pictures and an algorithm can look at the pictures and detect missing electrical outlets. This can help improve the productivity and efficiency of our current workforce. We are also making investments.
I'm not so much interested in what you're doing to accommodate. My question was just about why you can't fill.
I hear you, and I'll provide that information, just a little bit more information, but if you don't need that, that's fine as well.
I'm going to turn to Councilmember Lewis George. Do you have any additional questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Director, I want to ask, we heard some testimony from the Children's Law Center regarding mold inspections. Right now, my understanding is DOB inspectors are not trained in the necessary mold inspection to help with the need to do that. Even though DOE does a portion, they don't have nearly enough resources to do it. What is your position on, DOB inspectors being trained on mold inspection to help deal with this very real issue and crisis in our city?
The health of our residents is important for not only DOB, but various sister agencies that I know have a role to play. I don't believe we have to force our inspectors to become mold inspectors. There's a degree of effort required to become certified. We are having enough challenges getting our inspector 1s to become inspector 2s and inspector telling them to go become mold inspectors when there's a sister agency, Department of Energy and Environment, that deals with mold, feels like we are diverging of our mission. More importantly, there are practical solutions to building a workforce that has mold certification. And that's an area that we can discuss when the time is right. Similar to how we stood up the resident inspector program and put them on a platform that connects property owners to service requesters, we can build something similar so that people who are currently certified in mold that are not DC government employees can become part of that workforce. But I really think it's a bad idea to force all our housing inspectors to become mold certified when one, some don't want to do that. 2, that is something another agency is taking care of. And 3, it is not proven. There's no empirical data to suggest that certifying housing code inspectors to be mold inspectors is the only way to deal with mold issues.
Okay. I guess I'm hearing your point on your side. I think sometimes you'll have a rental unit may have two inspections and enforcement progress is going on at the same time with 2 separate agencies and 2 sets of staff. So I think it could save money and time based on that if we were able to do it in that way. How much, just asking, is it a large cost to train inspectors to identify mold?
Housing inspectors or anybody? Housing inspectors,
of course, housing inspectors. Because that's who we want trained in identifying mold whenever a tenant sort of complains about an inspector about mold or an inspector observes mold in the home.
Yes, there's the direct cost of mold certification, and then there is the opportunity cost. When you have a housing inspector asset who is certified in IPMC, when you want that resource to become a mold inspector, the time that they will take in learning, training, becoming certified is time away from them doing our core function, and that is housing inspections. It is time away in investing in that employee to become a better housing inspector at level 2. It's time taken away from getting that inspector to become a level 2 housing code enforcement. So the bottom line is there are hard costs and there are opportunity costs as well. By the end of the day, we have to look at how we can strengthen protections for our tenants and our residents, bring efficiencies. And one idea I'll leave you with is this marketplace where people who are already certified in mold and don't necessarily work for the government can be brought together so that people can make service requests.
Okay, I appreciate the suggestions in that regard, given that it continues to be a persistent issue for tenants in the city. I know you had this, talked a little bit about this with the chairman, but I just want to be clear around sort of responsibilities. If you could just outline responsibilities of really fine collections. Like DOB is statutorily responsible for enforcement of the housing code, including through the assessment and collection of fines when landlords do not remediate identified violations. And I think some of the problems we see the creation, that we've seen repeated from, DCRA to DOB now is that the enforcement process, there's sort of a failure to see the enforcement process all the way through. And it seems like we're not collecting the fines. It assesses through its notice of infractions, that you're not collecting the fines through the notices of infractions piece. I want you to just speak to me on that piece that you are sort of statutorily responsible for. What is sort of the issues with the process, the failure of the process to go all the way through in that regard?
I want to make sure I don't get overly technical and
Okay.
I'm responsive to your question. So would you please indulge me by help me understand? Are you asking what is our statutory responsibility?
Oh, no.
Asking who is responsible for collection of fines?
I'm saying given your statutory responsibility, which I know, which is responsible for enforcement of housing code, which in my purview includes the assessment and collection of fines when landlords do not remediate identifying violations. I think a major driver behind, the failure for us to be able to actually do things about some of these landlords is the failure to see the enforcement process all the way through, right? And so DOB essentially about not collecting the fines, it assesses through its notices of infraction. And so when I'm looking at what's been identified via the dashboard and sort of the amount of it appears that's been only collected and we heard a number of 70 million. I just want to understand sort of, I don't want unscrupulous landlords in DC to know that even if they violate the law and an inspector cites them for housing code violations, that the city will likely never require them to pay those fines, which seems to be the issue. So I'm asking you from your perspective, why are we not seeing this enforcement process all the way through so that landlords know, aren't just seeing, like, oh, well, we can get a fine and they can cite us, but we'll never end up having to pay.
That's a loaded question. And I want to start with the very basic, which I want to make sure people hear when I say it.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's not sticking.
They're listening.
DOB is not the city's collection agency. That's number one. So people coming to terms with that will go a long way. DOB provides transparency into fines that have been assessed through our enforcement effort. That's why we have a public dashboard. The 74 million, I'm yet to see the factual basis for that 74 million. When you go to the landlord violation tool today, right now, it shows $20.6 million, if I'm correct. So there's a big gap there. With respect to seeing enforcement actions through, it requires the effort of multiple district government agencies, not only the one with the letters DOB.
I know, but you're sort of the start of this line. So I think I need you to be the one, if the other agencies aren't doing their job, I think based on your statutory duty, right? Because you sort of, if agencies down the line drop the ball, in my mind, it still comes back to you.
No, it doesn't. And that's part of the misconception. People want DOB to be everything. And that's what they did with DCRA. And then they turn around and say DCRA is not doing its job. So until we change this culture that the department is responsible for everything, the frustrations people have will continue.
But I think you're one executive, no matter what, and I think you all have the statutory responsibility for it. And at the end of the day, it is your responsibility for the enforcement of housing code. A part of enforcement is the assessment and collection of fines that someone else is doing. But I think you do the notices of infraction, right?
Yes.
Right. So then you're a part of the equation is what I'm saying. And we can disagree philosophy wise on where the ball begins and stops. But I guess I just want to know when said other agencies that are your agency partners don't collect the fines that your team has gone out and said, this is a notice of infraction, this is what you've done. When they don't collect the fines that you all and your team has put in work doing, What do you do? What do you say, DOB, when they're not doing, when your agency's sister partners aren't doing their job?
Yeah,
In the process of
there's
what you
a lot that we do in the
what do you do?
It starts with transparency. We
Okay.
are one of the few agencies that provides this information online for any member of the public to see. And that is worth mentioning. And that is good step towards.
I agree with you there.
So let's check that box there. DOB enhances transparency around fines in the District of Columbia. We also have ongoing conversations with our sister agency partners about how to shore up district-wide processes. But we are not going to be mistaken to say it is our sole responsibility, because we only act within our authorities in the law. So maybe this is an opportunity for someone to say, let's look at the laws that we have on the books in the District of Columbia. Let's look at ways that we can incentivize compliance without relying exclusively on fines, because they have diminishing returns. And when we have those conversations, I think we can get to improved outcomes. Maybe somebody also has to take a look at the clean hands law and say, whoa, perhaps you should have business owners and landlords have credit cards on file so that when they owe something, it can be processed effectively. That's just an idea. I mean, there are other ways of doing all of this. DOB stands ready and committed to creative ideas and solutions to challenges that a city faces. But it starts with the public acknowledging or learning or understanding that we are not singularly responsible for the litany of issues around fines collections.
I agree with you. I just want to know what I think moving forward as we look at the agency, I just want an ability for you all there to be a checks and balances on your sister agencies. When you all work hard and your inspectors work hard and do the work and the fines aren't assessed, not only do landlords get off for not being, unscrupulous, your work is technically wasted. Your energy is technically wasted. And I think there needs to be some mechanism within your sister agencies to check your sister agencies when they are not doing their end of the job. And somebody has to be at the start of this. Some agency has to be at the start and where the buck stops. And I say it's yours in that regard. So I think that's a conversation, needs to happen further down the line of who's going to be responsible for checking their sister agency when they're not doing their job. And because this process starts with you, I'm looking at you, but I hear your feedback on sort of the misconception public wise. I just think we got to fix this internally, checks and balances wise, to be able to actually hold people accountable and ensure landlords aren't getting away. But I thank you for your time. Thank you for your suggestions. And thank you, Chairman, for the time I've had.
Thank you, Councilmember. Director, I think that's going to conclude this hearing. I hope you took notes on what you're getting back to us with.
I took some notes. My staff also took some notes. So we'll do the reconciliation, figure out whether my writing is as accurate as the notes that they took. And I will certainly get back to you, Chairman, as always.
Thank you. And if you could get us the answers in the next week, I'd appreciate that.
We'll get it to you as soon as possible. I promise to that.
Okay. That's going to conclude this hearing. As I indicated before, this is the first of 6 budget hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having. Our next hearing will be this Thursday, March 30th, beginning at 9 a.m., where we will hear testimony regarding the proposed budgets for the University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Next week on Wednesday and Friday, we will hear from witnesses regarding the education agencies. And with that, I am going to adjourn this hearing. The time is 4:36 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.